Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump aims to set up a historic Zelenskyy-Putin meeting with Switzerland emerging as a possible venue. Meanwhile, Israel weighs Hamas's response to a Gaza ceasefire plan as pressure mounts at home and fighting rages on the ground. And from hurricanes and wildfires to rare Arabian storms, we're tracking extreme weather sweeping across 3 continents. Now, Donald Trump said he is working to set up a bilateral meeting between Zelensky and Vladimir Putin to be followed by a trilateral meeting, including himself. The US president has confirmed that he spoke with Putin following Monday's White House talks with European leaders and Zelensky. Switzerland has offered to be host to the potential Zelensky-Putin meeting, with French President Emmanuel Macron pushing for Geneva as a neutral venue. While no date has been set, European leaders have stressed the need for a ceasefire and continued support for Ukraine's security.
The next steps ahead.
I'm now joined by John Cavalage, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, it is a pleasure to have you on the show. So much has been going on since we last spoke, but President Trump says it's possible that Vladimir Putin doesn't want to make a deal on Ukraine. Is this change in tone concerning after all the positive mood music we have been hearing?
It shouldn't be concerning to anyone because everyone should be accustomed to it and prepared for it. This is how President Trump's stream of consciousness, how his decision-making process unfolds. And we've seen it throughout his first term and thus far into the now 8th month of his second term. And that is, he will embrace, he will think about, he will hear other people's opinions, usually those that disagree. He will then begin to adopt those positions or raise questions and try to extract himself from what it was the day before he was promoting. So now it looks as though those were other people's ideas and he has a new one.
And there's been a lot of focus on security guarantees for Kyiv amid the diplomatic talks, John. Can you give us an idea of how this will actually work in reality, as there seems to be more questions right now than any answers? We know Donald Trump was speaking to Fox News a little bit earlier, saying US boots won't be on the ground.
Right. And yesterday, what everyone wanted to believe was how President Trump was phrasing his discussion of security guarantees meant that there would be troops on the ground, where he used the word coordinate. And what happens are people, they hear him and then they read into what he's saying to get the outcome that they want. And it's usually wrong. If you pay attention to the words he uses, as well as not immediately react to them, then you're likely going to be able to get a better portrait of what he's thinking. On the security guarantees, it's the whole process is astounding. You know, first we were talking NATO and the infamous Article 5, which most people have never read, including, I believe, the foreign ministry or foreign affairs representative of the European Union, because they keep talking about an attack on one is an attack on all. Well, the reality is the wording was written by the United States in the mid-1940s, and it was deliberately written in such a way so that it didn't require anyone to do anything. Article 5 says that if there is an attack on one, then others will determine on their own what type of response they may want to give. And the response could be no response. So now we're talking about, as Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, mentioned, NATO 5-like or NATO 5 light. Well, if Article 5 as it's written doesn't require anyone to do anything, what do they think Article 5 like is going to do? And basically, it's going to be an excuse for whoever signs on to it to not do anything.
And it's also interesting to see if Russia will accept that side, of course, John, because that's something that they have talked about. They don't want NATO on the borders. So is this even a possibility? And will Putin actually agree to something like this?
That's right. Everyone, or many, those that support Ukraine, they get all orgasmic when someone comes up with an idea that many people like. But the government of the Russian Federation has said during the last 3 years, they do not want, quote, NATO troops on the ground. They've said they do not want troops from NATO countries on the ground. They do not want NATO country troop umbrella on the ground. So they've been pretty clear. So the question then becomes, all right, if you're going to have, quote, security guarantees with boots on the ground from armed forces who are not members of NATO and therefore likely not members of the European Union, well, who's left? And so that's why I think that, we may be circling back to where the discussions were a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, as opposed to security guarantees talking about peacekeepers. And then it became, well, who could qualify as a peacekeeper that would be acceptable to Russia and Ukraine, who would be feared by both of them, meaning you don't want to kill them. And then you start looking at China.
Yeah, John, the conversation does seem to be going that way. But the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has had another busy morning. He's been chairing a meeting with the coalition of the willing. Right now, how integral is Europe in the negotiations? And do you think they're actually ready to trust Russia?
I would say they're not ready to trust Russia, but also they're not ready to trust one another. If the collective coalition of the willing, which is approximately 30 countries, if they were so willing, then why don't we see these countries stepping up and signing mutual defense treaties like the U.S. has with the Philippines, with South Korea, lesser extent with Japan? Why don't these countries step up and say, we're talking about NATO and all this stuff. Well, what if we just do it bilaterally? And then we say to Ukraine, if you're attacked, we're coming in. Mutual defense treaties, not agreements, but actual treaties. You don't see them wanting to do that because none of them really want to be the ones to have to tell their constituencies, including Keir Starmer, who's now facing, he's promised Ukraine about $3.5 billion a year for each year for the next 100 years. So he's promised them $300 billion of UK taxpayer money. Now, during the next 5 years, the UK's facing about $40 billion budget deficit. Well, what they're planning to send to Ukraine over that time is 15 billion of that. So I don't know if he's going to be able to maintain what he says he wants to do. And in the end, these countries, these governments, particularly those that may be up for election, are going to have to say to their taxpayers, why are we spending money on all of this? What are we getting for it? And so I think you'll also see a transition in the European Union and the coalition of willing that they're going to say maybe the easiest path to protect Ukraine, whether it's Ukraine whole plus 20%, Ukraine as it is minus 20%, is to get them in the European Union as fast as possible, because there are two types of countries that the Russian Federation in the last 25 years has not invaded: a member of NATO and a member of the European Union. And for the Ukraine's future, European Union membership is far more important than NATO membership.
And John, just quickly before I let you go, we don't have much time left, but what does Vladimir Putin do next?
I tend to think that there'll be a trilateral meeting before there'll be the bilateral meeting. I know they've talked about Switzerland, they've talked about Hungary, but there are two issues with both of those. In order to get to those countries, President Putin would have to fly over the airspace of countries that have signed the treaty with respect to International Criminal Court. That's going to be tough. In the terms of Switzerland, yes, they're, quote, neutral, but they hosted the peace summit 2 years ago that Russia wasn't invited to. They've also taken measures to adhere to the sanctions. Therefore, I sort of pivot to Turkey because it's one country that President Putin doesn't need to go over an EU member country to get to. President Zelenskyy can get there quickly. Then, of course, potentially Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE are also options.
John Cavalage, Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. Always good to have your thoughts. Thank you for joining us. Now, Israel is reviewing Hamas's response to the new proposed 60-day Gaza ceasefire, which includes the release of some hostages and Palestinian prisoners. The plan also envisions a partial Israeli withdrawal and increased humanitarian aid. On the ground, heavy fighting does continue, with dozens of Palestinians killed and thousands displaced, while protests erupt in Israel, demanding a deal. For more on this, I'm joined from Ramallah by Dr. Sabri Saidam, Deputy Secretary General of the Fatah Central Committee. Doctor, it's a pleasure to have you back on the show. Thank you for joining us. First of all, why have Hamas accepted the 60-day ceasefire deal now after rejecting a very similar proposal previously?
Well, let me say that we don't know the final version of the proposal. We have heard, from different sources, conflicting pieces of components that make up the proposal. So it's hard to finalize in our minds, what would the proposal be? But rather, I would say Hamas has had two matters of concern, as they were. One is the proposal itself that was continually refined. Number two was the plans of Israel to widen the scope of operation on the ground, meaning that more people will be displaced, and that will definitely affect the popularity of of Hamas stance, and also would throw in a number of questions as to what would be the credibility of continuing without any let-up in the fight if there was to be a total elimination of Palestinian infrastructure, the total elimination of Palestinian demography over Gaza, and total elimination of the entire concept and project of Palestine to be as a full-fledged state. So I think pressure was mounting on Hamas, and that's what led to expediting the process of refining, as we hear, the proposal so that it has been accepted, as it were.
And also, I just want to speak to you, on the other side of this is the release of Palestinian prisoners, part of this deal that we are seeing pieces of. Have there been discussions about the release of Marwan Barghouti, and is he actually a member of Fatah?
Yeah, definitely. He's a member of the Central Committee of Fatah. He's my colleague in that committee. That is known to everyone. So I would say Marwan is at the center of attention, and that's why Ben Gvir has chosen him as the address to send the message through to the Palestinian people at large. Now, nevertheless, everybody is concerned about the well-being of Marwan. So is the case of concern over the whole load of prisoners in Israeli prisons. Now, again, that takes me to the point in answer to your point, with regards to the final proposal, which has not been in any way released officially to media, and one wouldn't know what would be the case related to Marwan and others. Moreover, the number of Palestinian prisoners to be released, as they were, has not been identified. So I would say hundreds, maybe thousands, remains to be seen. But let's take you back to day number one, when Hamas through in the 7th of October operation, it has promised the Palestinian people to release the Palestinian prisoners at large. How many would be released? As I said, remains to be seen.
And also, according to the proposal, as you said, it's difficult to know the detail, but it is saying 10 Israeli hostages will be returned along with the bodies of 18 others, and that is over 60 days. Should Hamas release all the hostages and end the war?
Well, we in Fatah have been saying, we are in favor of a comprehensive arrangement whereby there's no let-up in the fight and then a resumption of it. We have seen this back in February, March, and we have seen the devastation that has been dominating the scene, as it were. So we have been in favor of a comprehensive deal. But to be honest with you, since this is ongoing and there's been so many proposals, it's hard to finalize, it's hard to put your finger on a proposal that is acceptable to all. So even at this time, when there seems to be a proposal that is being accepted by Hamas and accepted by Israel, it's highly unlikely that it will go through if Netanyahu is unhappy with it. So you never know, maybe things will fall apart. We in Fatah are in favor of any agreement that leads towards the saving of lives, leads towards saving of what remains of Gaza, and certainly allows the resumption of work of the Palestinian Authority, whereby it can engage in the immediate process of reconstruction, the influx of aid into Gaza, and the support of our people who have been in dire need for aid and support since they have been caught in this madness for the last 2 years.
And Doctor, has the US taken enough action to end the war and support the people of Palestine?
I think you asked me a question that you know the answer for. Definitely not. I think Trump has been encouraging Netanyahu, and Netanyahu has been pressing Trump as well to go ahead with the operation. And I'm not sure if Netanyahu will accept the proposal, as it were, since he is fixated on the idea of eliminating Palestinian presence on the geography of the Palestinian state to be. So, as you know, from day one, he had spoken about the displacement of Palestinians. If anything, his ministers have been talking about a nuclear bomb in Gaza, if you recall, at the outset of this war. So there's been always the concept of displacing and expelling Palestinians and changing the fate of the Middle East vis-a-vis the resurrection of the concept of the Riviera, or maybe annexing the whole of Gaza. It's always been up in the air, and also on the cards of Netanyahu, especially the fact that the West Bank is suffering the same fate, although Gaza, given the intensity of bombardment, intensity of the operation, is taking the whole limelight away from the West Bank. But what's happening in the West Bank is certainly equivalent to what's happening in Gaza. So Netanyahu's idea is not to calm the war, but rather to ignite it further, as it were.
And I'd just like to say, Dr. Sabri Saidam, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you on the show and your thoughts and insights. Let's continue with this conversation now with former Israeli soldier Daniel Rubenstein. Daniel, a pleasure to have you on the show. I don't know if you just listened to my previous conversation with the Deputy Secretary General of the Fatah Central Committee, and he was saying there that he just doesn't think the US has supported the Palestinian people in this cause.
I'm not sure what that type of support would look like. We have in Gaza right now a government called Hamas. This is the same Hamas government that ordered the October 7th massacre. They are fighting from densely populated civilian areas. They are holding hostages where they are torturing and starving them. And right now we're waiting to see if Hamas will accept the ransom payment that Israel is offering, that will see the surviving hostages and the bodies of the dead hostages returned home, and Hamas leave power in Gaza. This is the key point that every Palestinian spokesperson should be asked. Should Hamas give up power in Gaza? This needs to be a clear yes. The people of Israel are not going to live walking distance from the terrorist army that invaded and gunned down hundreds of people at a music festival and went house to house, killing people in their homes and taking grandmothers and toddlers as hostages. Hamas needs to leave power, and it's using the hostages in order to remain in power. We need a deal that sees the release of the hostages and the exile of Hamas and the end of Hamas power in Gaza, so that a new future can take hold that will benefit Israelis and Palestinians alike.
So, Daniel, Hamas has actually accepted the deal. That hasn't changed very much, according to reports. Should Netanyahu now do the same thing?
I've seen the report that Hamas accepted the deal. I would like to see the specific terms that Hamas has accepted. Sometimes what Hamas does is negotiates with itself, accepts its own negotiations, and says that it has accepted a deal. Right now, we understand that the Israeli government is studying precisely what Hamas has accepted and if it is acceptable to the Israeli government.
Okay, Daniel, so I just want to talk to you a little bit about the Israeli government. And some far-right members of Israel's coalition have ruled out a proposed hostage deal with Hamas. But the Prime Minister, as you said, is going over the final details, yet to state his position. So my question to you is, why do some members of the coalition want to keep on fighting, which is killing Gazans and Israeli soldiers?
It's a very difficult situation before us. As I mentioned, within walking distance of Israeli villages, now we're crossing the border, going inside Gaza, there is a terrorist jihadist army that is governing Gaza and threatening to carry out more October 7th massacres until Israel is destroyed. Hamas leaders look at what they did on October 7th, and they say that if given the opportunity, they would do it again. So there are some members of the Israeli government and the Israeli public that say we need to be careful about the ransom that we pay to Hamas, because if that ransom cements Hamas's power in Gaza and allows Hamas to preside over the reconstruction of Gaza, meaning Hamas would be receiving cement and other materials that it can use for military purposes, we will be right back where we were, because Hamas says that it's going to keep killing Israelis until there is no Israel. So we need a deal that will see Hamas out of power, because we don't want to be back in more wars. We want this to be the last war.
So, Daniel, a lot of people listening to this will be hearing exactly what you say, like I am. And some people will say, yes, Hamas did commit October the 7th, which was an absolute atrocity, and nobody supported that at all. And then a lot of people will be watching the TV now and they'll be seeing starving Palestinians, people who are malnourished, the constant bombardment, people who have been displaced from their homes multiple times, not just once. So I think a lot of people were saying that is Israel not now behaving disproportionately?
There's a very logical point that everyone should be pressuring the Hamas government of Gaza to do, and that is to surrender and release the hostages and let everyone move on and have a better life. There cannot be a good life in this region if Gaza is governed by a terrorist army that is pledging to annihilate its neighbor. This is the key point. Hamas wants to destroy Israel, and there are horrific consequences for Hamas's decision to use populated areas of Gaza as a base of operations for attacking the people of Israel. Hamas is saying we're going to keep using residential areas, we're going to keep using the mosques, we're going to keep using the schools, we're going to have an underground tunnel network under residential areas, and we're going to fight Israel from there. And much of the world expects Israel to do absolutely nothing in response to these attacks because of the consequences inside Gaza. I think everyone needs to use common sense and see that there is a jihadist terrorist army that is using Gaza as a base for saying and attacking Israel. They want to kill everyone in Israel. This cannot be allowed to happen. If they are dealing with difficulties in Gaza, which they are because of Hamas's decision, then the correct decision is to pressure Hamas to surrender power, to give up the hostages, and let us all move on. If we do not do anything, the people of Israel will be under attack again and again and again.
So, Daniel, do you think the Palestinian people are under attack? Over 61,000 have died.
I think the Palestinian civilians are caught in the middle of a very intense war between the Hamas government of Gaza and all of Israel. There are civilians who are caught in the middle. Israel is trying to encourage them to move to safer areas, but they have very few areas to go because the neighbor of Gaza, which is Egypt, is not allowing people from Gaza to exit safely. So much of the world is saying that the people of Gaza need to remain exactly where they are and deal with the consequences of Hamas's decision to use those very homes as bases of attack. I think it's completely irresponsible. It's illogical. This war needs to end, and it needs to end with the whole world pressuring Hamas and not Israel.
So Netanyahu has actually slammed the French President Emmanuel Macron for fueling an anti-Semitic fire after the leader's move to recognize a Palestinian state. Why is Israel's government alienating its Western allies?
Well, why are the Western allies alienated is a question for them to answer. I think they are attempting to appease their own public and to show that they can do something. But they're not doing the one thing which I am repeatedly emphasizing that they need to do if we're going to have a better future, and it is to see the Hamas government of Gaza out of power and without weapons, because this Hamas government is going to continue using Gaza as a base for attacking Israel. And if Israel defending itself against this jihadist death cult in Gaza is going to alienate the French government, then the French government is simply going to be alienated. There is no way around it for the people of Israel who are living side by side with a death cult that is holding our own citizens underground, starving them and torturing them, and saying, if you want these citizens to ever come home, you need to let us be in a position to carry out more attacks on you. This is the position that Israel finds itself in. I think every government around the world should understand the position that Israel finds itself in, and that especially those countries that have relations with Hamas, such as Qatar, such as Turkey, such as Egypt, need to pressure Hamas to end the war by surrendering and releasing the hostages. I remind your viewers that Hamas's leaders live in Qatar. Qatar could be a big help. This is the Emir of Qatar. I think people should know who he is because he's in a position to have a tremendous influence on the Hamas leaders who live in his capital. He has not called on the Hamas leaders to give up power and release the hostages. I think that would make a big impression if he did so.
Daniel, just one final thought. We are running out of time, but, you know, we're talking about a proposed ceasefire deal here. And, you know, we've been discussing Israel feels that it's desperately under threat. The Palestinian people are facing a humanitarian crisis and bombardment. Do you have any hope at all that diplomacy, Daniel, is going to work in this situation and that a ceasefire deal can be reached?
It's very hard to find middle ground between Hamas on the one side, which is saying it's going to fight Israel forever until Israel's destroyed, and Israel on the other side, which is saying we don't want to be destroyed. This is the position that we find ourselves in. And as long as Hamas's position is that Israel must be destroyed, then there can't be diplomacy. Right now, we are trying to find a way out, and Israel is willing to pay a very high ransom to the people who invaded Israel and took hostages to say, let the hostages go, give up power, and you can survive. This is our willingness to pay a ransom to bring an end to this war and to see the safe return of the hostages. But we cannot be in a situation where the same people who invaded Israel and took hostages are just next door to us and promising that they're going to do it all again. That's not a diplomatic way, and I don't think there's a diplomatic solution aside from pressuring Hamas to release the hostages immediately and to end the war that it started.
Daniel Rubenstein, thank you for joining the show.
Thank you for having me.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The death toll from flooding in China has risen to 13, with 5 people still missing. The country has been facing extreme weather since July, with no signs of easing. The US has revoked over 6,000 international student visas, citing law violations and overstays. The State Department says a majority of the violations included driving under the influence, burglary, and terrorism support. And finally, it's weigh-in day at London Zoo. From penguins and lemurs to capybaras and even land snails, every creature is stepping on the scales. Polly, the giant Galapagos tortoise, even took a little tumble during her turn. In all, more than 10,000 animals across hundreds of species will be measured to help zookeepers track their health and well-being. Now, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi says tensions between China and India are not in the interests of either country. Speaking on the second day of his India tour, he met his counterpart and discussed security issues along with their shared border. The two sides have agreed to hold their next border summit next year. Camille Nederlach has more.
Signs of a continued thaw between two great powers in the region. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in New Delhi for talks with Indian officials. In October last year, relations improved when India and China signed a pact to reduce tensions at their Himalayan border, a pact that seems to have held.
Then, in the last 9 months, there has been an upward trend. Borders have been quiet. There have been peace and tranquility. Our bilateral engagements have been more substantial.
It's only the second such meeting since multiple skirmishes broke out 5 years ago. 20 Indian soldiers and 4 Chinese soldiers were killed. The two countries are in dispute about where exactly lies the border between them in the Himalayas. Any attempts to build and develop in the area by either side are viewed as a territorial claim by the other. But now the tone has changed, amid reports that Beijing has pledged to provide India with rare earth minerals and fertilizer.
China is willing to take Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to India as an opportunity to work with India to implement the important consensus reached by the leaders of the two countries, maintain the momentum of high-level exchanges, enhance political mutual trust, strengthen pragmatic cooperation, and properly handle differences.
A further sign of closer ties. The foreign minister's visit comes just days before India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi prepares to travel to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Summit. It will be Modi's first trip to China in 7 years. Camille Nedilek, Arabiya English.
Now, from the Atlantic to Europe to the Middle East, extreme weather is taking its toll. Hurricane Erin is moving northward offshore, sending dangerous waves and storm surge towards the US East Coast. In southern Europe, deadly wildfires continue to rage under record-breaking heat, forcing mass evacuations. And across the Arabian Peninsula, rare tropical storms are bringing heavy rains, flash flooding and dust storms to areas that are unaccustomed to such severe weather. For more on this, I'm joined by senior meteorologist and co-author of Surviving Extreme Weather, Jim Dale. Jim, a pleasure to have you on the show.
Good evening to you.
Good evening to you too. So we are right in the middle of hurricane season. What do we know about this powerful Hurricane Erin that is on its way?
Yeah, okay, so one at a time, because there's plenty going on around the world, as you're just pointing out. So Hurricane Erin is north of the North and Caicos, the Turk and Caicos Islands. That's the Caribbean. It's going to bend westwards before it bends northeastwards later this week. So it's offshore. You're just showing pictures of the flooding there. The storm surges are the danger here. Thankfully, it's actually a hurricane force 3 at the moment, likely to get to force 4 as it goes northwards. So it's been 5. It started as 1. The thing about Erin is it started its life, as most hurricanes do, as a sort of cyclone. We weren't quite sure where it was going to end up, but it intensified greatly in 24 hours from a Hurricane 1 to a Hurricane 5. Now it's waning a little bit, but it's still got a lot of power. Now it's going to, later this week, it will get up to the Canadian borders on the eastern side, and then it will it'll track into the jet stream and start to move across the Atlantic, finally ending up as ashes as it approaches the UK during the course of the weekend, or the latter half of the weekend. That's about what we're seeing at the moment.
All right, Jim, and now we're going to move on to another area of the world, and southern Europe is facing record heat and wildfires, with Spain reporting over 1,000 heat-related deaths, and we've seen pictures of those fires raging and people having to evacuate towns. How much of this is actually linked to climate change, and what can residents expect in the coming weeks?
That's a great question. And it's a question of our times. In other words, where are we with climate change? Is this part of it? There are still climate deniers out there for their various fossil fuel reasons. And I say that openly because we now live in a dangerous world. And as we can be, as you're now showing on the videotapes, these fires are of the extreme. And it isn't just Spain, it's also Portugal, it's also previously Turkey and Greece and Italy. And if we go across the Atlantic again, then I can mention Canada as seeing its second wildfire area coverage in terms of wildfires ever. So this is now a phenomenon that is just growing. And why is it growing? Well, simply because the heat is growing at the same time. So what we're seeing, for example, in Spain and Portugal is desertification. So what that means is essentially that you've got previous growth in the spring that is basically now tinder, and that's your fuel. What fires these wildfires is also the wind. It will exacerbate, as it did in Los Angeles a year or so ago. So look, we live in a new age. Wildfires are becoming a little bit of a rage, to say the least. And this is not over. We're in summer. Normally wildfires come to their peak in the early autumn. So we got some time to go, and we may be talking about this in the future in terms of what's going on.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to move on to another area now, and that's the Arabian Peninsula. And that's bracing for heavy rainfall. Living here, of course, many of us know this is extremely rare. Could this wreak havoc? And why is this actually happening at all?
Yeah, it's unusual to say the least. Now, it's not that these places have not seen rain in the summer before. They have. We're talking now Yemen. We're talking the southern part of Saudi Arabia. At the moment, just a few minutes ago, looking at the radar, the big plume is essentially in the Red Sea, the southern Red Sea. That's a thundery plume. And there's one off more or less the coast of Saudi Arabia and Yemen. That's where it is now. It is unusual. What we're seeing is the top end of what we call the ITCZ. The ITCZ, the International Conversion Zone, that International Tropical Conversion Zone, I should say, that is an extension of the rain band that comes out of the equator and moves northwards with the sun, if you like, and brings the tropical downpours, not usually to these parts of the world, further south normally, Africa and Asia and across in South Central America. That's where you normally see these things. But this one seems to have extended for whatever reason. And, you know, in this whole conversation, I think we're talking about the weird and the wonderful and sometimes the deadly. And, you know, this is like, is it a new age? Is it climate change? You know, we can only look at this in the aftermath. We can't look and say this is definitely climate change in action. I think in the aftermath, the Climate Change Attribution Centre will suggest whether or not these events that we're now talking about are part of climate change. My guess, for what it's worth, and I've been doing this for long enough, is that yes, this is the icing on the cake. This is the added ammunition to what's going on with our extreme weather in any case. So it just makes a bad condition even worse.
And we'll take on that educated guest there, Jim. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you breaking down all those areas of different weather that we are seeing. Jim Dale there, once again, thank you very much. A reminder of our top stories. Trump aims to set up a historic Zelenskyy-Putin meeting, with Switzerland emerging as a possible venue. Meanwhile, Israel weighs Hamas's response to a Gaza ceasefire plan as pressure mounts at home and fighting rages on the ground. And from hurricanes and wildfires to rare Arabian storms, we were just tracking extreme weather sweeping across 3 continents. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. A new episode of Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Ukraine could end the war with Russia at any time if it wanted to, so says US President Donald Trump. What he hasn't been so vocal about is what he expects Russia to concede in order to get that deal done. Is the handover of Ukrainian territory a fair price for peace? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
We can speak to Saud Al-Soleimani, who is the country lead and head of capital markets for Saudi Arabia at JLL. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Tom, and pleasure to be here. And I'm delighted to be hosted by you today to go over one of the very interesting topics in Saudi, actually on a global level as well, which is the Saudi real estate market.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to talk about. Let's start with an overview of what you're seeing with regards to property prices, both in terms of rental and sales. What are the key trends you're seeing in Saudi's big cities?
Well, it depends on the asset class. Without a single doubt, the office has been the hottest in terms of price increases, followed by land prices over the last few years. But now with all the government regulations, it started a little bit to be more mature and stabilized, and to start to be reduced a little bit over the past 2 months, I would say. The retail has been almost stable, some decline on the lower quality bit. So it's not as fast in terms of pace and the other sectors. When it comes to industrial has been witnessing significant growth due to the limitations of the available quality supply. And for the hospitality, there's been a significant shift toward Riyadh over the last few months due to all of the events and conferences are being hosted. And finally, when it comes to the residential, Riyadh and Jeddah are a bit ahead of the curve, but Riyadh again been witnessing a significant increase over the last few years due to the massive relocation of population internally within the kingdom to Riyadh, migration and international expats.
Okay, that's really interesting. Clearly, lots of new supply in the commercial space, especially in big cities. Is that catching up with and matching demand, would you say?
Well, at the moment specifically, the answer is not. It's not catching up yet because there are several factors. One, the supply is coming slower than anticipated. And number two, the demand is increasing significantly internally from the kingdom when it comes to government and local companies, and also the regional headquarters and new international companies. So there is a much higher pace in demand and a bit lower pace of supply.
Okay, well, when it comes to what's driving demand for commercial space, which are the main sectors you're seeing leading the way?
Well, it goes across the board, starting from the professional services, consultancy services, international and local banks, government entities, oil and gas, especially in the eastern region. They have their own requirements and normally big office space requirements. law firms as well. There are lots of international law firms entering the Saudi market over the previous few months. So that also a key sector within the office market.
Okay, and tourist numbers set to reach 150 million people by the year 2030. You've got lots of big events in Saudi Arabia as well coming up. I mean, across the whole hospitality sector, is there enough capacity for all those people?
Well, the answer is, as of today, the current hotels wouldn't be sufficient for sure, to your question. However, given all the upcoming supply, mainly driven by the large-scale and giga projects, we believe the future outlook will be stable in terms of supply versus demand across the board, either in Riyadh or Jeddah and Eastern Province, or let's say the smaller tier cities, because there are many future supplies coming to the market. So we believe all what has been anticipated as of today, plus the upcoming years, will be able to catch up with the demand for the 150 million.
Okay, so huge projects, obviously, as well, supporting Vision 2030. They're attracting lots of investment, I'd imagine. Is it mostly domestic or international capital that they're attracting?
Well, actually, there is a huge demand for income generating over the few years, actually. So from an income generating perspective, there is a huge demand from both local and international, but unfortunately, the current existing liquid income generating assets, high quality, are very limited. So this has been witnessed. We've had to, we were mandated to sell one of the very prestigious compounds in Riyadh, and the amount of demand on it was just unbelievable. We couldn't expect the demand that we had locally, regionally, and internationally. So that was a great example. And for the development projects, I would say at the moment, locally and regionally, are most of the investors, because development comes with its own risks. And for internationals, it's normally they start with income generating, or they come as financiers, private debt, and then they put equity. It's a normal trend that we've been witnessing in almost all countries that had construction boom. So internationals started to come, but mainly on a private debt element rather than pure equity. However, we've seen some, they already did it, but it's becoming increasingly toward income generating, especially that most of them are aware that today there are lots of income generating assets will be coming to the market soon.
Mr. Al-Suleimani, as we've been talking, we've been discussing the exciting projects coming up in Saudi Arabia, huge projects like NEOM, the Red Sea project, the King Abdullah Financial District. How involved is JLL in those big projects?
Well, we are proudly engaged on the majority, if not all, the large-scale and mega projects. We normally don't mention names for confidentiality reasons, etc. However, we are engaged across the board. We are one of the only companies across the world that can cover end-to-end services. So we cover the entire development cycle, starting from consultancy, valuation, moving to the execution phase where we do the project management, construction management, until the property management and facilities management. And then we help also with leasing and investment sale or investment management. So that became a competitive edge. We are also proud that we were the first international firm to enter Saudi Arabia. That was in 2007. And that also provided us a competitive edge. And our vision was long-term. Today, we are close to 600 employees in Saudi, covering every single asset class, every single service. And that provided us with a great competitive edge on the projects when it comes to large-scale or mega projects.
Okay, so one of the things I wanted to ask you just before we finish is about some of the projects that JLL has been putting out, some of the reports, I should say, that JLL has been putting out. One of those reports focuses on demand for warehouse facilities. Just tell us what we can take away from that warehouse report. What does it tell us?
Well, I mean, first of all, the demand for quality warehousing have been increasingly witnessed across all the cities. Okay, so it's not just Riyadh or Riyadh and Jeddah. And the players within this sector are also very limited. Okay, so this also, from a development standpoint and investment standpoint, created a huge shortage in the market. So we've witnessed a massive surge in demand, boomed mainly by e-commerce. Okay, so that had a huge contribution to the equation, and all the projections anticipating by 2030 to have 80% contribution by e-commerce to the entire retail sector. The National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, NIDLIB, had a huge element into that demand as well, because there have been many clusters entering to the market. We've witnessed global institutional investors entering the market, including DP World, Gulf Islamic Investments, Maersk. They are making a significant impact in the market when it comes to that, as well as DHL. They acquired recently a major supply chain logistics company, and they had their JV with the Saudi Aramco. So all of these are making a huge impact to the market. Going specifically to what are the things that having a huge demand, I would say grade A for sure when it comes to offices, cold storages, last mile solutions, and as well as quality data centers, which we consider as part of the logistics sector as well.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, looking ahead, what would you say are the top priority areas that JLL is going to be focusing on in the kingdom?
Well, we are focusing again on, we have a very two different strategies we are working. So in terms of the short to mid-term, we are focusing in our key sectors today in the market when it comes to, especially the one that with high potential, like data centers and warehouses and specialized services, entertainment, healthcare, sports, etc. So this is like from a sector's angle. From a services angle, we are betting on two main sectors or services. One of them is the capital markets advisory. We are witnessing lots of PPPs over the last few months. I would say since Q3 2024, this has been the hottest topic in the market, which is engaging the private sector, procuring developers, engaging international developers and investors. It's been a very important element for us that we are focusing on at the moment. The facilities management, we believe, would be one of the very important elements as well in the Saudi market, given the growth of all of these construction and projects that are being delivered over the next few years. It will require very high quality service providers to come and help to manage those.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it. Saad Al-Suleimani, country lead and head of capital markets for Saudi Arabia at JLL. Thanks again.
Thank you, Tom. It was a pleasure.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. Well over 600 million people live in landlocked countries with only land borders and no direct access to ocean trade routes. For many landlocked countries, their location makes them particularly vulnerable to border conflicts, climate change, trade tariffs, such as those recently imposed by US President Donald Trump, and anything that affects the global supply chain. That's why the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has joined leaders of almost 40 nations here in Turkmenistan to address the challenges faced by landlocked developing countries. The event, the UN's third conference on the issue, and known as the LLDC3, focuses on creating a 10-year plan mapping out a path to prosperity for those hampered by their geographic position in the world.
I believe this conference can be an historic landmark. The problems of landlocked developing countries have until now been largely ignored in the global debate. Let's put it in the center of the map of our concerns of reform of the international economic and financial architecture. Thank you very much.
The four-day LLDC3 conference drew almost 6,000 participants from 103 countries as far afield as Australia and Canada. It was attended by 16 heads of state or government, 3 vice presidents, more than 100 ministers, a similar number of members of parliament, and nearly 500 NGOs. The European Union, China, India, Russia, and Saudi Arabia were among those sending delegations to Turkmenistan's coastal resort of Avaza. At a time when conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza are high on the agenda of the UN Secretary General, the presence of Antonio Guterres in Turkmenistan clearly indicated his commitment to the plight of landlocked developing countries.
We gather today to reaffirm a fundamental truth. Geography should never define destiny. Yet, for the 32 landlocked developing countries across Africa, Asia, Europe, and South America, geography too often limits development opportunities and entrenches inequality.
But the Secretary General had an optimistic message. He talked about converting geographical barriers into bridges.
But this conference is not about obstacles. It is about solutions. It is about launching a new decade of ambition through the Awaza Programme of Action and its deliverables, and fully unlocking the development potential of landlocked developing countries. The United Nations is proud to stand with you in these efforts.
As the president of the host nation, Turkmenistan, President Serdar Berdimuhamedov was the first of many national leaders to address the UN's LLDC3 conference. He proposed a global medicine of the future, calling for international scientific collaboration in health and medical innovation, and spoke of his conviction that the position of landlocked countries could be improved.
Here in Turkmenistan, we are discussing the problems of landlocked developing countries and ways to solve them. We are doing so from a position of constructiveness and equality, mutual respect and consideration of interests, with care for our peoples, for their present and future. I am convinced we are on the right path and will achieve success together.
Following the first plenary session, I moderated the event's opening press conference attended by Secretary General Guterres, Turkmenistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs Rashid Meredov, together with the UN Under-Secretary Rabab Fatima, who serves as the Secretary General of the LLDC3 conference. I know each has a brief statement to make, and then we will have a chance for a couple of questions. But, sir, I hand over to you, Mr. Guterres.
This conference reflects a new era of cooperation taking shape across Central Asia, one grounded in mutual trust, shared priorities, and growing regional solidarity. At a time when multilateral cooperation is being tested, this spirit of partnership is more essential than ever. Today's discussions show that landlocked developing countries don't want charity. They want justice. They want equitable access, investment, a fair chance to build resilient economies and inclusive societies. The Awaza Programme of Action is a blueprint for doing so over the next decade, starting now. When landlocked developing countries thrive, entire regions benefit. The United Nations is committed to working with every country to turn the OASA Programme of Action into real results, jobs created, goods exported, emissions reduced, lives transformed. And we count on all Member States to support this effort and ensure that no country is left behind simply because of its geography. This is not only a matter of development, it's a matter of dignity and justice. Thank you.
Of course, those of you coming to Turkmenistan for the first time will have experienced the wonderful hospitality of the Turkmen people. I've had the honor of meeting Minister Meredov before, so I hand over to you, please, for your comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is highly symbolic of the fact that LLDC 3 is being held in 2025, a year that marks two important milestones: the 80th anniversary of the United Nations and the 30th anniversary since the international recognition of Turkmenistan's status of permanent neutrality. We believe these values, neutrality, peace, and mutual respect, are especially relevant as we explore collective solutions to global development challenges. We're only at the beginning of this important journey in Avaza, but the foundation has been laid for a successful and impactful conference. We thank all participants for their engagement, the United Nations for its partnership, and especially to the Secretary General for standing with us. Let us continue this work with purpose, solidarity, and vision. Thank you for your attention.
Under-Secretary Fatima is the UN's High Representative for landlocked countries, as well as its least developed countries and small island developing states. She joined me to discuss the most pressing problems that the conference would address. I guess one of the questions as a journalist for me is, this is quite a new topic on the public agenda, the idea of landlocked countries. But it's not entirely new, is it?
It's not entirely new, actually, but you're absolutely right. There's not much awareness about this group. While the LDCs, say the least developed countries or the small island developing countries, these are much better known. They're much, stronger on the international front. But the landlocked developing countries, per se, has not been there in that with similar sort of visibility. But this group has been officially around for more than 20 years now. This is the third conference that we are having, and they actually have conferences once in a decade. So the first one was also held in this region in Almaty, and then the second one was held in Vienna, and this is the third one. So it's over 20 years that officially in the UN, there is a group of landlocked developing countries, 32 of them.
This might sound brutal, but why should the world care about landlocked developing countries?
Because landlocked developing, as the Secretary General was mentioning, they are landlocked on the one hand, and then they're also developing. So all the challenges that the developing countries are facing, they have that. And that, I think, their landlocked status, being landlocked, also perhaps adds to their development challenges.
Meaning they don't have any open area for their own waters.
They don't have any access to the sea. So they have to actually rely on the transit coastal countries to have access to the sea. As we have been talking about throughout the week, trade costs are higher, almost double the cost as that of the transit neighbors. So I think that pushes up the cost for everything, whether they're exporting goods or importing goods. So costs are higher. And then transportation time is also higher. And because they have to come through different borders, takes time to unload, to get them cleared, and then very cumbersome customs processes, border regulations, etc. So everything becomes much more difficult.
And potentially vulnerable to disputes.
Potentially they can be, I don't want to use the word, but they can perhaps sometimes be at the mercy of countries, the coastal states. So I think all this came to the fore during the pandemic, when borders were closed, not only coast, but borders were closed, right? And that was the time when the LLDCs really felt the brunt in a major way. And of course, when there are conflicts, pandemics, this problem becomes more. But just to also emphasize on the point, they have unique climate challenges. They contribute, the LLDCs contribute possibly the least to greenhouse, to climate change, but they are certainly suffering the severe impacts of the climate crisis.
And potentially, of course, restricted water supplies and all kinds of other issues.
Glacier melting, dry lands. I think they have a higher proportion of dry lands than others, dust storms. These are some particular unique climate challenges that the LLDCs face. So it was in that context that they actually, for the first time in an LLDC document, we have climate action as a priority area. So one of the other things that came out, and I'm very happy to announce, we'll be going into to talking to the press about that right after this, is that they decided that they want to be also a negotiating group in the UNFCCC and the COP process, because they do not have a unified collective voice in the global climate discourse. Their issues do not come up in a bigger way, whether it is in climate action or climate finances. They do not have a collective voice on that. So they have gone through the process successfully. So the LLDCs will be going to the upcoming COP in Brazil, the COP 30, as a full-blown negotiating group.
A final brief thought. We're in Turkmenistan, a country that has been fairly quiet on the global map. What's been your impression of how things have worked out here? The world has basically come to Avaza.
Yeah. I was asked that question in New York before coming, and the ambassador of Turkmenistan was with me. And there was a question, I said, why not in Turkmenistan? Because I believe Turkmenistan maybe have been quiet, but I think they have very quietly been doing a lot of work, especially in terms of regional connectivity and regional cooperation in the region. So I think that was one. Secondly, they also expressed an interest. And coming here, I can see the total commitment of the government to making this process work. And they have been able to mobilize enough support for the LLDCs, not only amongst the LLDCs themselves, but again, the partner in other countries, to actually bring them here together. So if you're looking around the rooms, the different meetings that are taking place, there's a lot of buzz, there's a lot of momentum that we can see. And I would like to give the credit, I would like to actually congratulate the government of Turkmenistan for having been able to galvanize global opinion and global support for the LLDCs and bring them all here together, along with their partner countries and transit countries. So I'm quite excited about the days ahead.
Madam Secretary General, thank you so much for giving us the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Economic Cooperation Organization is a regional trade body whose members represent almost 500 million people. Member states include Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and, as its Secretary General, Ambassador Dr. Asad Khan told me, 7 landlocked nations. One of the things you have is responsibility for an area that has a lot of landlocked countries. Yes. So, of course, this conference is of extreme relevance. What did you get so far out of the conference in terms of the progress being made?
I think the most important thing, and you are absolutely right, of the 10 members that we have, 7 are landlocked countries. And I must also say that we are proud that of the 3 LLDC conferences held so far, 2 are held in countries that are our members. The first in Kazakhstan, and now second here in Turkmenistan. And what this conference has done actually is to bring visibility to an issue, I think, that has been there for decades, I would say. But this time around, I think particularly when we are seeing also a growing desire to build stronger connections within the region, I think this conference has assumed even greater importance. So all the issues that affect the development trajectory of landlocked developing countries is something that has been brought to the front during this conference.
Is the need to build stronger relationships in the region a result of the fact that many countries, especially in the West now, America being, of course, the USA being a big one, are becoming very introspective and becoming quite protectionist in their nature?
I think the unpredictability and uncertainties and everyone adhering to the agreed norms and principles is something that brought a certain readiness to engage in multilateral work. Now, with the uncertainties that we are seeing, obviously countries would like to work more closely within the regions, within their neighbors, trying to find solutions that are local. But I'm not saying that this is essentially a kind of a mutually exclusive thing. We as much need multilateralism today as we needed it before. But a strong multilateralism is also a product of cooperative regionalism. And when countries are able to work with their neighbors, because all issues and conflicts are essentially regional, and their ability to resolve issues. And I must say that landlockedness is actually a factor of geography. And therefore, it is absolutely critical and essential that the solutions have to be found locally and regionally. And that's where I see some more hope now than before, that countries are now more keen to work regionally. But that doesn't necessarily mean, because the challenges that we are facing in the regions obviously are challenges that are not just transboundary challenges, but they involve the whole world, for instance, climate change, and this is an area and a part of the world where you practically see every single manifestation of the climate change vulnerabilities that a country or a region can face, starting from land degradation, desertification, glacial melt, water stress, droughts, and you name it. So that's where obviously we need support from international community. And this conference, I would say, did very well in sensitizing the financing related needs because infrastructure is capital intensive. You need a lot of money actually to build roads. And you can't do it because particularly in countries and regions where they face underdevelopedness, where they face serious financial issues.
One thing that I've heard at the LLDC in terms of how future prosperity and security can be encouraged and adopted is the need for economies to diversify as well. And of course, tourism, for example, is a big factor. The member states you have amazing tourist potential, but they've largely been coming from, many of them, from the Soviet era, quite closed off. Do you see an opening up? Do you see a potential growing for the tourism to be boosted?
Yes, I think this is a region which is connected. And I usually say that we are a region that was, I think, more integrated and more connected 1,000 years ago than it is today. Because you could see on the Silk Route, these caravansarais. And as a Pakistani, I went to Azerbaijan and I saw the Multan Sarai, And they said that it was actually established by people from Multan and who used to travel right up to Azerbaijan 1,000 years ago. So, and in another way also, this nexus between transport, trade, and tourism is really very, very important. Because tourism brings people together. And when people come together, it generates a level of comfort. And when that level of comfort, it brings in investments, it brings in transport, it kind of takes it to the, as they say, the economy of scales. And that's what we are really trying to do.
Well, since the start of this year, a certain small White House on the other side of the world has certainly put the cat among the pigeons when it comes to creating, let's say, uncertainty with trade costs through tariffs and so on. What impact do you see the current, perhaps, uncertainty being created by President Trump's tariffs on your member states in trying to find some way forward without having a negative impact overall?
Well, I think we are, I would say, a diverse group of countries, where some countries have pretty large and extensive trade with the Western countries, including the United States. And there are others that do not have as big trade as some of the other countries in the world have. So from that perspective, obviously, the direct impact of the increase in tariffs and the uncertainties and unpredictabilities that it brings along is not. But then again, you know, these steps have certain impact on the global trading system. And as you know, at least 4 of our members have been in the process of a WTO accession for many, many years, you know, and that also actually is a factor standing in the way of their full integration, trade integration within the region. So from that, and again, I think weaponization of a trading system or financial system, frankly, is something that is not good for cooperative multilateralism that we all seek to embrace and achieve. So from that perspective, and uncertainties, frankly, in particularly in trade, if I have to dispatch a container and I don't know what the price of that particular item is going to be when it reaches the port of its destination, I would rather keep it at home or use it elsewhere rather than, you know, using or going to that destination. So that's something, and I do hope that this is temporary, this is transient, and hopefully things would get back to normal.
As I wrap up, I should point out that, you know, we are in, of course, one of the member states here, having a chance to enjoy Turkmenistan. Anything in particular you noted about how the country is moving forward with its program, you know, inviting the world in and so on?
You know, for me as Secretary General ECO, Turkmenistan is my second home. I am a regular here, and I must say that I am very impressed by what they do for us within the organization, their willingness to always host important meetings and conferences to contribute substantively to our work. But we also see them, and I will be, inshallah, coming back also for the International Peace Conference that will also be hosted in December. And I was here on a number of other occasions, and each time I come back here, I leave more impressed with their ability to organize these events, you know, with their ability to contribute both logistically and substantively. And we are certainly, you know, to see one of our member states organize an event of this size and scale and a major international conference is, of course, a source of pride for us.
Super. Mr. Secretary General, thank you so much.
It's lovely talking.
Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up in today's programme, all eyes focused on the White House today as President Zelensky heads to Washington for his meeting with President Trump. He's going to be joined by European leaders, this just days after the Alaska summit between President Putin and President Trump. Plus, we're going to be speaking to an advisor to the new government of Syria as the country looks to rebuild. All of that to come on Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. The long-anticipated summit between Presidents Trump and Putin has now been held. It happened on Friday, and today the US president is welcoming an A to Z of European leaders to the White House, as well as the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky himself. But President Trump appears to have outlined two main conditions to ending the Russia-Ukraine war. First, Ukraine must not join NATO, and second, it must not attempt to reclaim Crimea, which was illegally annexed by Moscow in 2014. So how will these preconditions go down with the European leaders as they assemble in Washington? And how far off is a peace deal? Well, for more analysis, I'm joined by a special panel today. My guests are Solomia Bobrovska, who's a Ukrainian MP and deputy head of Ukraine's delegation in NATO. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Arabiya English. We're joined by Michael Dubke, who is former White House communications director under President Trump. Always a pleasure talking to you, and welcome back to the programme. We're also joined by Major General Chip Chapman, former senior British military advisor to the US Central Command. He joins us from London. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, General. I'd like to start by asking you, Solomia, I mean, President Trump has set the scene a little bit for today. We obviously had the talks in Alaska on Friday. President Trump saying today, a big day at the White House. We have never had so many European leaders here all at once. A great honor for America. Of course, the president of Ukraine, your president, is there. We're talking about the leaders of the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Italy, Finland, the EU, and NATO. Let me ask you, Solomia, are you expecting your president to get a rather warmer welcome and a warmer reception at the White House today than he did in February?
You know, I just thinking that that was the great honor to Trump to speak to unrecognized the President Lukashenko, who's the now used to be a president of Belarus, and I'm not sure that that is an honor for Trump to welcome all the European leaders. Understanding that he is playing with the words and with the statements, literally every moment, and I hope that this visit he will treat President Zelensky warmer than it happened a couple of months ago. But at the same time, we are all worrying, and we feel we are very cautious on this meeting, understanding that U.S. and Trump can press Zelensky about the future, any possible negotiations with Russia, especially in the terms of the territories. So it's not even about any feelings and warmth and empathy. That's about really fear and understanding the moment of history, which can turn Ukrainian state in other direction. Zelensky understands the price, because the whole nation, believe me, all the Ukrainians are waiting now for the results at the end, and because that will depend how we will look like on political map. Trump, pretty sure he doesn't feel any. He's a political animal. That's not about the warmth. That's not about empathy. That's about trading. And the good game to get the probably Nobel Prize at the end for the one more peace negotiations for any price.
Okay, Michael, let me ask you for your thoughts, and just really picking up on something that President Trump said ahead of today's talks. He said President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. But there's no getting back Crimea and no going into NATO by Ukraine. I mean, is he sounding supportive to Ukraine in your mind?
Well, I think you juxtapose that statement against the statement this morning about the historical nature of President Zelensky and the rest of the European leaders coming to the White House. I think you're seeing a number of different messages coming from Donald Trump after the summit that happened in Anchorage, Alaska on Friday. A couple bottom line items here for me, which is, are we closer now to peace than we were in February when you brought up the original meeting between Zelensky and Trump? And I think the answer is yes. And I think it's because the United States has been moving and engaging in these conversations with the summit on Friday, now the summit on Monday. So I think we're moving in a direction. I would be concerned from the Ukrainian and from the European standpoint that we've got, that Vladimir Putin on Friday moved this from a ceasefire to a peace agreement. I think it's going to be very difficult if I am coming here as the leader of Ukraine or Europeans that want to be involved in these peace negotiations. I think that's a movement that, one, they're going to push back on. So we'll see what happens during the conversations as they progress across during the day today. But I think we're closer to peace because of the engagement of the United States. And I think Donald Trump, the one thing that Donald Trump has going for him is that he is slightly unpredictable, which makes all of these conversations even more important to be in the room with him and to have these conversations. So with Friday's meeting, with Monday's meeting, we'll see where we go. But I think everything is on the table, and that's what you should read into those statements.
Okay, Major General Chip Chapman, sorry to come to you last in this discussion. I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, picking up on what Michael just said to us there, I mean, lots for the European allies to digest going into those talks. I mean, really to answer Michael's question, does it look to you like we're one step closer to peace than we were back in February?
Well, I think you need to know what qualifying word you put before the term peace. I think it's always been the case that President Trump has wanted what he would call a humanitarian peace, really from the town hall meeting in May 23. He looks at this in terms of stopping the killing. He doesn't look at this in terms of winning or losing. That is where the potential difficulty comes, because the other qualifying spectrum that you have at the moment is a surrender peace, and the other end you have a just peace. And really, to me, the Europeans going to the White House today is trying to see where they can set the cursor towards the just peace rather than a surrender peace, because Trump has already warned them, Europe, not to torpedo the nascent process. There's no way they want to do that, because they also want to see a peace, but they'd rather see a better peace for Ukraine, winning the peace, as Scholz used to say, which is Ukraine taking its place in the European Union in the future. And of course, a better and just peace would be total sovereignty of Ukraine. I'm not necessarily sure that's achievable, but that is the direction that Europe will be trying to go in support of President Zelensky.
And Chip, just staying with you for a moment. I mean, imagine a scenario, you know, a long table. On one side of it, you've got President Trump and his people. On the other side, you've got all these European leaders, the leader of NATO, the EU president, all sitting on the other side of the table. I mean, the people on the European side of the table, are they all, to your mind, speaking with one voice?
Yeah, I think they are. I think one of the things which has occurred in the last 3 years is the enhanced unity of European NATO, both politically and militarily. And what we're looking at really in the triangle here is, where are we on reward, pressure and concessions? At the moment, all the concessions and pressure seems to be on Zelensky, with Putin getting the reward. And that needs to sort of slightly alter at the moment. There's a reason, I think, that this has happened. And it really was, to me, a big change around on Friday, because the main effort of President Trump in the last, really since 23, which he re-emphasized really at Notre Dame in December last year, when he talked about an immediate ceasefire. It was ceasefire, then negotiations. To really flip that around to negotiations, then a ceasefire, means that a lot more people are going to get killed. We string the thing along to the right, which I think is what Putin wants to do. He's the playbook of Gromyko. He wants negotiations, but not to negotiate.
Is that how it looks to people in Ukraine, Salomia, that basically President Putin is playing for time here, and the fact that we seem to be leapfrogging from the current situation we're in to a peace treaty and bypassing that all-important ceasefire phase? I mean, how does that sit with the people of Ukraine?
It's not strange, not for the first time when there is no ceasefire, but Russia starts to talk about any peace negotiations with a huge list of demands to Ukraine, and that's demands that's the price actually for the freedom and for the existing of the state. Actually, that's why preliminarily demand from Ukrainian side was the ceasefire. Yes, of course, to stop all these casualties, killing people while they are striving striking and hitting all normal civilian buildings just randomly in Kyiv, Odessa, Kharkiv, or whatever. Because we probably know all the points of the list of demands from the Russian side. That's unfortunately make us, stuck and think, because no one is ready to be honest for the majority of the points which are in the list, starting from the Donetsk region, where we have to withdraw Ukrainian troops in order to give this territory not even to be frozen, but to give under the Russian control. Then starting when we have to talk about the Russian church, or it's not about religion, that's about the Federal Security Bureau of Russia. That's the party of the huge network in Ukraine. That's about the Russian language, and you will see the huge resistance from Ukrainian people. And that's Parliament has to vote for these decisions. But yes, of course, the first point that's to trade and trading of Ukrainian territory. That's what makes us really. In a very hard position, especially for Zelenskyy, who is responsible for the last word and last decision. And unfortunately, when we're talking about the security guarantees, when we hear that from the partners, I think the best decision was and still is that's to give the weapon or long-range missiles, which we can use to strike the Russian targets against Russia.
Okay, Michael, I just want to ask you. I mean, it does sound like President Trump, is very pressed for time here. He wants peace and he wants it quickly. He said that from the beginning of his presidency. But at the moment, obviously, we're in a situation where Russia appears to have the upper hand on the battlefield. I mean, now isn't really the ideal moment for these talks to be happening, at least not as far as Ukraine is concerned, is it?
Well, let's remember a couple of things. I mean, when Donald Trump became president, he allowed the weapons that Western powers have been sending to Ukraine to be used within and further distances within Russia. In terms of lethality of what the Ukrainians can do, the guardrails that the Biden administration had put on the Ukrainians, for a good number of them, were lifted, which I think has brought us to this point where you have seen the Ukrainians make advances. You've also seen the Russians make advances. I would argue that we're in a very static position, similar to where we've been for a while. The Russians have lost almost 1.1 million of their citizens in this conflict. Untold, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands have been lost on the Ukrainian side. The point to all of what I'm trying to say is that we are in need of negotiations on this. We are in need of American leadership on this. The president has gotten us to this point. But going to the general's statement, and I think I'd really like to agree with him on this. If this is just peace through surrender rather than a just peace, then I don't think you're going to get, a lot of people have talked about this. Trump is doing this for the Nobel Peace Prize. You're not going to get a Nobel Peace Prize for a surrendered peace. So I think the White House understands that. They have pushed on Putin. They have pushed on Zelenskyy. It is good to see European unity coming to the United States today, because one other thing that the Americans have been saying throughout all of this is that a lot of what needs to be settled here has to be settled amongst the Europeans themselves, with Americans participating in those conversations. And I think that's what we're going to see today.
Okay, Chip, let me turn to you. I mean, picking up on Michael's points as well. But I mean, I also want to ask you whether you think perhaps if these talks were happening in a different context, in terms of different timing, that happened last summer, they happened next summer, whether perhaps there'd be a better deal to be made than the deal that is likely going to be struck at this particular stage. Chip?
Sorry, is that for me? Sorry.
Yeah, that was for you.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be any deal at the moment. So the thing I think you need to look at first is what is the next step from this? There will be no back-channel deals at the moment. There may be a trilateral, and that will be the thing to first see. Because, you know, Putin dislikes Zelensky immensely. He does not think that he's legitimate in the slightest and believes, because of his apolitical nonsense, historical nonsense from his essay of July 21 as the pretext for the invasion, that Ukraine should cease to exist. So the best case is that you get to a position where the negotiations are not just about, you know, what's happening in the Donbass and the land there, but all the other things that were in the 10-point peace plan of President Zelensky announced at the G20 conference in November 2022. So, for example, where do we go with ecocide, the things that the Russians did at Novakakova? Where do we go with the release of the deportees? Where is the Justice and Special Tribunal? Where do we stand on reparations? Because at the last count, the World Bank said that there'd been $524 billion worth of damage in Ukraine. Are those in scope? If it's a very narrow scope of just territory being talked about, then you're going to go nowhere with this. It's got to be all inclusive. And I don't think we're at a situation where any of that will occur at the moment.
And who do we think is going to exert the most influence over President Trump out of all of the European leaders that are assembled there in Washington today? Who do we think President Trump is most likely to give the most airtime, the most credence to? Michael, what are your thoughts?
I think it's the leader of NATO and the leader of the UK are probably the two voices that I've been hearing from coming out of the White House that they think have got a perspective on the situation in Ukraine that they will be listening to. I also, you know, frankly, the relationship with Zelensky took a turn in February, but given the April sit-down on the sidelines of the Pope's funeral and the meeting in June, I do think that there is a growing conversation between the president and Zelensky that should not be discounted. We're not back in February. This relationship has progressed. So,
all right, so that's water under the bridge. But just staying with you for a moment, Michael, because you're obviously a comms expert. What techniques, what language, what approach would you advise those visitors to Washington to adopt if they are to get President Trump on side?
Look, I think they need to make two real points here. One is really giving kudos to the American president for continuing these conversations when others could not bring all of the parties to the table. Not everyone's sitting at the same table, but these conversations are going. And with the Witkoff back and forth shuttle diplomacy, I think we're again, I'm making the argument that we're closer to some peace, whether it be a ceasefire or a permanent peace. So I think, one, you do that. And secondly, I think you talk about where the Europeans have stepped up and where American interests lie in the conflict in Ukraine, and reminding President Donald Trump of where the United States, where, you know, the fight that the Ukrainians have been pressing on for these last 3 years, why that fight is important to the American people. So if they can convince that the president, the Europeans stepping up to the plate and continuing to, and that there is ultimate goal here for the United States that is beyond just an immediate peace agreement, I think that's a great place for them to start today.
And just going back to Kyiv, I mean, what's the feeling in Ukraine about its allies, its alliances? I mean, is there a sense that Ukraine has been let down in any respect by its allies? I mean, let's put to one side the spectacular scenes in the Oval Office in February. We've agreed that's water under the bridge. But more broadly, does it feel like Ukraine's allies have its back? Salomia?
I want to start my my answer with a small story when we are talking about the U.S. allies, but not European U.S. allies. When we asked my colleagues from the Congress who is briefing and preparing the information about Russian-Ukrainian war to the President of the United States, and unfortunately, some of that colleagues were so very angry with the answer because it seemed to me that Witkoff probably played a huge role on what he is telling and how he's briefing on Russian-Ukrainian war. Not especially in Voikaluk, but Witkoff with the interpreter who was Russian. If you remember what happened a couple of months ago when Witkoff visited Moscow, and yes, in comparing with that, we hope. And that's the only one, not decision, but last chance, last hope, that's to rely on European partners who can tell and who can convince Trump or brief Trump and to help to open the eyes on what really is going on Ukrainian soil, starting from the prisoners of war, territories, damages, and so on and so on, and so on and so on. Why we need sanctions, why we need weapons, why we need that and that and that, etc. Yes, and we hope Starmer, Macron, Rutte, they will play key roles during the meeting with Trump. And unfortunately, we always, especially for the last year, were so loud with that messages. If not US, Europe has finally accepted the reality, opened the eyes, and preparing for the security challenges from the Russian side, because we are winning the time for them. That's our prize. But the one problem, there is no this masculine leadership to take finally this leadership to lead Ukraine and to help Ukraine, help us actually, to lead during this war, if not US. Because after the meeting in Alaska, that was, from my point of view and from the majority of Ukrainians' point of view, that was absolutely triumph for Putin, how he was met and how he was brought back to the huge political stage because of Trump. We are worrying that Trump can, at the end of the whole process, can say, okay, I'm just tired, and I'm out. That's Ukrainian responsibility. That's because of Ukrainians who do not want to have any negotiations. I'm leaving this process, and that would be our total and huge and big historical failure.
Okay, Major General Chip Chapman, let me put that to you. Supposing that were to happen, President Trump says, listen, I've had enough, I've done my best, over to you. What would Europe's options be in a situation like that? I mean, could they go it alone, step up the fight, and try to get Ukraine into a stronger position ahead of negotiations much later on in the game?
Well, one of the things that has happened in the last 6 months is that the Ramstein Group, which ensures the consistency and sustainability of supplies to Ukraine, has been taken over from America in the lead of that by NATO itself. So the Ramstein thing is now led through NATO, not through the Americans. And of course, we've had this notion of buying Americans through NATO money, European NATO money, to give to Ukraine. So Europe could do as much as it does. It's worth remembering, of course, that the European NATO outspends Russian NATO. The only thing missing from time to time is willpower to step up and see this. I think it's in Europe's security interest long term, if you believe that the Russians are a revanchist imperial power, which I do, that their end state in grand strategic terms is to regain lost territory and spheres of influence. And so it's for the security benefit of European NATO to ensure that Ukraine prevails and that the better peace is in Ukraine's favour.
Okay, well, we're approaching the end of this discussion, but I just want to ask, as we enter the last chapter of our conversation, I mean, Michael, does this look to you like we've got the makings here of a legacy-defining moment for President Trump?
I think we're at the start of a legacy-defining moment. I don't know that we're going to come out of today with an agreement that is going to be acceptable to all parties. And frankly, until we get all parties to the table together, I think we're going to be short of a full peace agreement. Hopefully we can get closer to this ceasefire. The one last thing I want to say is the show of force that the Europeans are providing today by going to the White House. They should not underestimate the statement by the president. He has been moved by that. I think this is an historic day, a big day, as he put it in Washington, D.C. And it was good to see the Europeans join Zelensky in coming to the United States for these meetings. I think that was a very important step in a show of unity that is going to be very impressive upon the president.
Okay, Chip, let me ask you, how does President Trump make all of this look like not make it look like Russia is being rewarded in any way for having invaded Ukraine in the first place?
Well, negotiations are a process, not a denouement. So this will be the start of the process. He will probably try and say that the process has begun. I've set that process for a denouement, which comes later down. That can be sold at the moment as a success. I think it will be in that terms because the Europeans will want to engage and flatter in the same way that Putin engaged and flatter, but they'll put some strategic realities to that about the strategy bridge between the military power of Putin and his political outcomes and the military power of NATO, European NATO by itself if necessary, and its military power once mobilized with the willpower behind it.
Okay, and lastly to Salomia in Kyiv, let me ask you this. I mean, we heard President Trump in the last 24 hours talking about this war as being Biden's stupid war, a war that should never have happened. I mean, I just wonder what you make of the idea that the man leading the charge on behalf of Ukraine seems to believe this is the fault of his predecessor, not the fault of the invading party. And how much confidence are you that a deal will be struck, that will be fair and that will be lasting?
We all keeping fingers crossed for this meeting. Believe me, because that depends on how we will get up in the morning with new shells, Shaheds on drones and in the sky or ballistic missiles. But at the same time, we are very careful with all expectations about the deal and with the Trump's words, unfortunately, because literally every day we hear new statements about the sanctions, 50 days for sanctions, then 30 days, then 20 days, then after Alaska, nothing, just literally nothing. That's why we're very careful. When they are stopping military aid or sharing intel information or whatever, then they are restarting the process and so on. So that's why we're very careful. Trump is very unpredictable, his way of doing the politics, and it's something new for the traditional politicians and politics. That's why we just all, we'll stop breathing just to finally see the results, because that's about all our lives here.
All right. Well, I'm told we're out of time. Really appreciate you speaking to us. You've had the last word. Salomia Bobrovska, Ukrainian MP and Deputy Head of Ukraine's delegation in NATO. Thank you to you. A big thank you to Michael Dubke, former White House Communications Director under President Trump. And also a very big thank you to Major General Chip Chapman, former Senior British Military Advisor to US Central Command. Thank you all very much indeed.
Ukraine could end the war with Russia at any time if it wanted to. So says US President Donald Trump. What he hasn't been so vocal about is what he expects Russia to concede in order to get the deal done. Is the handover of Ukrainian territory a fair price to pay for peace? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. No getting Ukraine back, handing over the Donbass region and no joining NATO. The terms of Trump's latest peace push demands a high price from Ukraine. In return, Kyiv's allies would provide future security.
It means that the United States is potentially prepared to be able to give Article 5 security guarantees, but not from NATO, directly from the United States and other European countries. That is big. I mean, really big.
But can and should Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky concede territory if NATO membership is off the table? It's certainly at odds with what European leaders have been pushing for. Kyiv's allies are on hand in Washington for the latest Trump-Zelensky meeting. Safety in numbers to try to avoid a repeat of that ill-fated White House meeting back in February. But in the face of President Trump's transactional style of diplomacy, their presence may not amount to much. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, should Ukraine pursue peace at any price? Has the US proven itself a reliable mediator? And what does Trump's latest peace deal mean for Europe? Stay with us. Joining us to debate the latest peace plan is Christopher Steele, a former MI6 officer who led the Russia desk at the UK's Secret Intelligence Service. Brendan Weichert is joining us, former US congressional staffer and geopolitical analyst. And rounding out our panel is Peter Zalmayev, political scientist and director of the Eurasia Democracy Initiative. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, once again, all eyes are on the White House as Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky and US President Donald Trump sit down to talk peace. But if the outcome of the recent Alaska summit with Putin is anything to go by, Ukraine could be in for a tough time. President Trump has even suggested that if Ukraine really wanted to end the war, it could do it at any time. So, Peter, let's start with you. Should Ukraine pursue peace at any price?
Well, let me just start by saying that if Russia, wanted to end the war, it would be very easy. All it had to do would be to leave Ukraine. Whatever formula is being proposed for Ukraine, there's lots of details we don't know about. And to your question as to whether it should end the war at any price, well, yes, there is a price. And it smells to me like the price that would be Ukraine's very sovereignty that is being kind of offered or imposed on Ukraine. The formula of exchanging some Ukrainian land for some other Ukrainian land. I mean, you have to consider the unfairness of it from the outset. And of course, there's a fear that Ukraine is walking into a ambush here, into a trap, whereby if Zelensky signs off on this land, the handover of the land, or at least decides to consider this issue, this could bring him down. This could lead to unrest on the streets of Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities, and there's no clear mechanism how to do that. Neither the president nor the parliament are at liberty to be giving away Ukrainian land. It requires a national referendum, and imagine holding one in a time of war like this. It's a recipe for chaos. Putin knows it. That's why whatever's being offered, if that's what's being offered, is a poison pill. And I'll just finish. The other option to say no to that may lead to another bust-up, something what we saw the last time in the Oval Office, and it would allow Putin to point finger at Ukraine and say, Donnie, look, it's the Ukrainians who don't want peace, the intransigent party. It's not me. So darned if you don't, damned if you do, so to speak. Very, very precarious position. And you could tell by the way President Zelensky is looking, kind of shaky.
Shaky indeed. Brandon, what do you think? Are they damned if they do, damned if they don't? Or is President Trump correct in saying if Ukraine wanted to end the war, it could?
Well, I'll just say, the unfortunate reality is General Sherman, the great U.S. Civil War general, said war is brutal, war is hell. And the war has not gone well for Ukraine, unfortunately. And the Russians have all of the advantages right now. And there's no way the Ukrainians are going to be able to reverse those trends. So the Ukrainians would actually be very smart to seek a negotiated settlement The Russians are wanting the eastern portion in Crimea as well. Those are the parts that they've held on to the entire war. So if you ask me, it's never been a more straightforward deal. It's just all the emotional garbage is in the way now. And I would just add, Gallup did a poll back in November, and they found that more than half of all Ukrainians polled favor a, quote, quick and speedy negotiation to end the war. So I don't even buy that it would be politically bad for Zelensky to do this, to negotiate. He's choosing not to, and you have to ask yourself why. And why is he choosing to arrive in the White House not even wearing a suit, as was the one requirement that the White House had for him meeting with our president? It is a problem. It is a sign of disrespect, I think. And I think Americans are ready to move on, get a deal, or we're going to cut them off, I think is what's going to happen.
Christopher, I'm going to come to you, but I know, Peter, you want to respond there. Sartorial choices, is that really what this is coming down to?
Why is the MAGA crowd not berating Arab monarchs and dignitaries who come garbed in their national costumes? Why are you not down on them for not wearing a Western suit?
Is it a cultural custom to wear a T-shirt to the White House? It's a cultural custom for the Arabs to wear what they wear, sir. It's not a cultural custom. We know for a fact Zelensky has worn a suit. I've seen him up close wearing a suit back in 2019. This is all part of an act. It is not. It's nothing to do with MAGA. It has to do with the respect for the American people and our White House. And I frankly am sick of it.
All of this rhetoric is out the window. I mean, you should have just opened your eyes and seen that Zelensky did arrive in a suit. So how about an apology? How about an apology?
Wearing a black shirt. He's wearing a black button-up.
And a suit jacket.
A suit and tie.
Sir, you have no shame. It's a country at war, and you're nitpicking about his sartorial choices. I say shame on you. Shame on you.
Okay.
You have lost all sensitivity and all sense of propriety because your boss in the White House has completely lost all sense of propriety.
Okay, Christopher, why don't you weigh in on this?
This is disgusting. May I just add one more thing? Finally, sorry.
Yeah, scream a little more. Spittle a little more.
Territorial concessions. What's being now demanded is that Ukraine leave the currently territory that is still controlling in the Donbass. It's not just what Russia has controlled. What's being demanded is that Ukraine
why don't we ask a rational question here, sir?
Okay, just a moment, Brandon.
Here, how long do you think Ukraine can actually hold on? Another 4 years in that part of the country? Is that what you believe? Because we've breached our war reserve status here with our stockpiles, and we cannot replenish them without stopping the war. And you know that, or you should. You are shameless. You don't care. You want to keep sending young men to die. They're going to have weapons soon. We don't have the ability to keep them supplied, not with this thing in the Middle East ripping open. And you know that, and you don't care. And that is shameful. It's young men that are dying over there.
Okay, Brandon and Peter, hold that thought. I'm going to come back to it. Christopher, I want you to weigh in on what we've been hearing so far.
I don't particularly want to get into what clothes people are wearing, although, of course, Churchill, during the Second World War, wore something similar and didn't turn up at the White House in a suit. But that aside, I think, you've got to concentrate on what this is really about. And it's about Putin, in fact, not changing his position at all. He's offered really no concessions. The only possible concession is that he's mentioned a possible security guarantee from the West to Ukraine if Ukraine rolls over. I think what you're talking about here is it's not just an exchange of land. Land is one of the things that's being discussed. But you're talking about the future of Ukraine, really, as an independent, sovereign country that is free to make its own choices. And that would include, in due course, possibly, although not definitely, applying to join NATO. What you can't have is a situation where one sovereign power imposes its will on a smaller country and there are no checks and balances, and in fact is illegal under international law. This whole war is illegal under international law. Putin is an indicted war criminal, and the West should really be united in standing up against this challenge to the post-Second World War system.
Peter, if, just to what Christopher is saying about NATO, are US security guarantees worth anything to Ukraine if NATO is off the table?
Let's see what those security guarantees are. So far, I've heard from the American president that it may be a written statement by the Russian side that it would never attack Ukraine. We've been down that road before. the Budapest Memorandum of 1994, was it worth the paper it was written on? It was co-guaranteed by several other parties to Russia, US, and Britain. Ukraine turned over its nuclear arsenal from the Soviet era in return for this guarantee. Look what it's gotten us down the road. So no, we also have this rare minerals and earths agreement with the American side as well, with US. That was supposed to be a kind of guarantee, a sort of a roundabout way of guaranteeing Ukraine's security, but in world history, it's never kind of worked that way. There's never a precedent for it. Just because the U.S. does business in a certain country, no other country attacks it. Well, how many Western companies were doing business in Ukraine prior to 2014, the first Russian aggression and the takeover of Crimea? There were all sorts of Western companies, including American companies. Did that prevent Putin from attacking? So I really have to see, I want to give the benefit of the doubt to Donald Trump for wanting to end this war. But what are those guarantees? It's almost like there's an expression actually in Russian. You're buying a cat in a bag. You don't know if the cat is alive. It has one eye, both eyes. And that's what's actually happening right now in Washington as we speak.
So it is happening in Washington as we're on air. Brandon, we're hearing from the White House that President Trump is not ruling out sending US troops to keep peace in Ukraine. So if your big concern is that the US can't afford to keep supporting Ukraine in its war, it sounds like President Trump is interested in committing long-term to the peace.
President Trump says a lot of things in the moment. The question is, after the moment, what's the execution? I don't believe, given his promises to his base, that he would deploy U.S. forces on the ground in Ukraine. That is a line that not even the dreaded Joe Biden would assent to, and he was under a lot of pressure during his term to do that. So I don't think that that's anything serious. I think Trump's trying to keep everybody talking, which I understand and can agree with on some level, but I don't think that's a serious point. Furthermore, we know that he does not want to get more involved in Ukraine. We saw that, the Alaska summit. The one takeaway is Trump is already, and his team are already looking at the post-Ukraine war scenario. How do we get rare earth mineral deals with Russia? How do we get oil and natural gas deals with Russia? How do we possibly cut them into this Zangezur corridor that's being created in Azerbaijan that will completely redefine East-West trading relations in Eurasia? And that is critical because it is in America's interest to pull Russia away from China. And you do that through trade and other positive geoeconomic momentum, not by constantly fighting with them over Ukraine, which I'm sorry to say is a peripheral interest to the United States.
Christopher, in one of Brandon's earlier answers, he said there could be a quick and speedy end to this war, that it's something that Ukrainians want to push for. Do you think that conceding the Donbass region, signing away the land as it stands on the front lines at the moment would mean a quick and speedy end, but a lingering threat? I mean, is this not just setting the stage for a future war?
Yes, and I think all this boils down to ultimately is whether Vladimir Putin can be trusted when he signs an agreement. The fact is that not only has he violated 2 agreements signed on Ukrainian sovereignty in the 1990s by his predecessor, but he himself actually signed an agreement with Ukraine in 2003, a borders agreement, which clearly he's violated as well. My contention, my feeling about this and everything I know about Putin is that we can't trust him and that there's not going to be any just peace in Ukraine for as long as he's in office. And that's the terrible obstacle for those of us who want to see peace in Ukraine and want to see Ukraine flourish as an emerging democracy and an emerging market economy. That's the basic problem we're facing.
Brandon, what do you think? Is Putin untrustworthy?
I don't really care if he's trustworthy or untrustworthy. I care about the facts on the ground. The facts on the ground are he's got us by the soft spot right now, and there's no way to worm our way out of this. So we have to negotiate with this guy because the alternative is he's going to keep pushing forward, and we're going to run out of stuff to give him to give Ukraine. Or worse, we're going to commit possibly NATO forces on the ground in Ukraine. This is not This is not in America's interest to risk a direct confrontation with nuclear-armed Russia, especially not right now, given what's going on around the world. We need to be sequencing ourselves out of this fight, and we need to be pushing ourselves toward containing China. That is a greater threat to my country than Russia will ever be. And this is the consistent thing you hear from America First people who are still in the Pentagon. Thankfully, they are listening to this, and we're going to continue advocating to get out of Ukraine. It's not in America's interest. And I would just argue it is actually a straightforward deal. The parts of Ukraine that Russia has held are the parts that they would get in any deal. The real sticking point's going to be Odessa. Russia wants to take Odessa. Right now, they haven't. And so if we get a deal going now, there's a chance we could save Odessa for Western Ukraine. Otherwise, the Russians are going to push and push and push and push until they get Odessa. And then whatever happens after that is going to be a rump Ukrainian state that is completely landlocked and a welfare case for Europe, because they won't be able to produce economically anything without that trade corridor. So in my opinion, we need to get a deal now. It's for the best thing for the Ukrainians as well as the Americans.
Peter, do you want to comment on that before we move to our next section?
Can I just comment?
Both of, yeah. All right, Peter, go first, and then Chris will come to you.
Yeah, I'll just say that, okay, we talk about like we are in a tight place. I think Brennan is talking about the United States. Well, if Donald Trump has actually followed up his threats with actions, and he's promised to levy sanctions on Putin time and again, and then these deadlines have come and gone, and apparently the American president's word is worth nothing. As Brennan himself said, Donald Trump talks a lot, and he actually has no responsibility for what he says. It's a constant politics of gaslighting and deflection from Epstein files or whatever. But the thing is, there's no credibility left on the part of the American policy making. The Americans and Donald Trump has way many more cards than he lets on. Russia is actually on very much on the back foot when it comes to its economy. For some reason, in swoops Donald Trump and decides to save Russia from this. Russia is crumbling economically, and instead we have to salvage it. And also this idea, this cockamamie idea that you can decouple Russia from China. Russia is beholding. Russia has become an essential protectorate of Russia economically. This is a cockamamie, ridiculous idea. Let's meet here on this program 3 years down the road, Brandon, and we'll see where Russia will be. It's a ridiculous idea that the likes of Tucker Carlson.
I'd like to address the sanctions. I'd like to keep this civil.
Okay, we're going to come to sanctions. We're going to come to sanctions in our next segment, and I'll put it to you first, Brandon. Christopher, give us a quick response, and then we'll move on to Trump and sanctions.
Yes, I agree, actually, that China in the longer term is probably a bigger challenge for the West. But I would say that if we allow Putin to prevail in Ukraine and get what he wants, and particularly to upset the territorial balance of Ukraine and the sovereignty, then that will simply encourage countries like China in particular to do the same with Taiwan and other places. And I think it sets a terrible precedent worldwide for international chaos and disorder, as various states think that they can change the borders by force.
All right. Well, on that, if we're going to talk about mediation, we're going to talk about how the US has positioned itself in that mediation. So ahead of the Alaska meeting that we saw last Friday between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, President Trump was teasing reporters on the plane, saying that something big was going to come out of it. And yet it ended with no ceasefire, no concrete agreement, no lasting deal. The president had also threatened Russia with tough sanctions and secondary tariffs, just as our guests have just been discussing, if it didn't reach a ceasefire deal within his set time frame. But that deadline came and went without any repercussions as well. So, Brandon, coming back to you, as I said I would, has the US proven itself an unreliable or ineffective mediator in this conflict? Because it seems that President Trump doesn't follow through with what he says he'll do.
So this is a very real problem, not the fact that he said this. The problem is we don't have any more economic arrows in our quiver, if you will. We have thrown every sanction imaginable since the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014. We have thrown everything that we could muster at the Russians. And the Russians, people seem to forget, the Russians are a commodities superpower. They have the ability to be self-sustaining. They have the ability to sell vast amounts of energy, rare earth minerals, etc., to countries, notably notably in the global south. So now when people talk about sanctions, what they're really talking about is not sanctions against Russia. We've done all that. What they're talking about is sanctions now against India, sanctions against a country like India that we absolutely require to have on side in order to contain China, which is, again, the bigger threat to my country. And so the Ukrainians would have us alienate, we're already doing it, alienate India. We've already alienated them over other issues, but we're going to alienate India now. We're going to put them into the BRICS camp, which they're now moving toward, and at the expense of our grand strategy, also that Ukraine can maybe last on another 6 months in the war. Instead, the rational thing to do would be to say, sanctions are a canard. They don't work anymore. We've done everything. The Russians, according to Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, Rutte said earlier this year that the Russian defense industrial base is producing every 3 months that which it takes the entirety of NATO's industrial base to produce in a single year. There is no more fight. The war is over, and it's time to get a negotiated settlement so we can salvage something of Ukraine. And I disagree as well about this idea that, well, the Russians go into Ukraine, the Taiwanese or the Chinese are going to go into Taiwan. I think that could happen anyway. These countries don't care about our international law. It's very quaint to them. And frankly, the United States doesn't really operate according to international law anyway. Ask anybody living in the Middle East. So it doesn't. This is a moot point. It's a new world order. It's a tripolar system. America, China, and Russia are going to have to figure out a new way to do business so we don't end up in a nuclear world war, which is where this thing could easily head.
Christopher, what do you make of that? I mean, is Ukraine just a pawn in between these three new superpowers?
No, Ukraine is the testing ground for international law and international relations at the moment. And I think it is rather curious, in fact, that China is the main facilitator of Russia in the war against Ukraine, not India. And yet China hasn't been hit with specific secondary sanctions
because of the rare earths.
Banking system well, for whatever reason. If China is actually the target, if China is the main threat, then China has to be the one that's targeted, not India. And there are other countries.
But then they cut us off from the rare earths, Chris. They cut us off from the rare earths, and that's the problem. This is why we're bending to them on NVIDIA chips going. I mean, so this is, again, Russia could help us alleviate some of that rare earth mineral dependency, and we're not taking them up on that because of this Ukraine thing. It's time to end it. It's gone too far now.
The degree to which China and Russia are becoming interwoven economically and technologically is quite astounding. And I think it's naive to think that we can cuddle up to Russia and Russia will suddenly come off the shelf and be aligned with us and aligned with our interests, because it won't. Putin sees the world in a zero-sum way, and particularly with regard to the United States, which he regards as his main adversary and always will, as a former KGB officer. And so I just don't see how giving parts of Ukraine over to Russia or pressurizing Ukraine to give territory to Russia.
They've already taken those parts, is my point.
Combating China. It just shows weakness, in my opinion.
Just a moment, Brandon. Before you weigh in again, I want to bring Peter in, and then we'll get your response. Peter, I can see you trying to interject.
I agree with Christopher. Made a great point. I mean, I think this is a faulty understanding of Putin's end goal here, and that's what the debate is. Putin is not interested in some parts of Ukraine that he, in fact, already controls. Why would he need Ukraine to sign off on that, right? What are the carrots for him here? He wants all of Ukraine, and all you have to do is listen to his own pronouncement on this issue. And the very first day at 5 a.m. on the 24th February 2022, as he was speaking and the bombs started falling in Kiev, and I woke up, and my family of 2 young kids woke up, the blackest day of our lives. And he said that there's no Ukrainian nation. There's just one people. It's a misunderstanding. Ukrainians have no right to their own state. He's repeated it again and again and again. All you have to do is to go to the Telegram channel of the former president and current, bigwig in the hierarchy of Putin, Dmitry Medvedev. His rhetoric is pure genocidal, reminiscent of Radio Thousand Hills of Rwanda. He's calling Ukrainians cockroaches, insects that have to be eliminated, along with the Europeans that support them. That is the former Russian president speaking. But people like Brennan going around and repeating Kremlin's misinformation about, we just want a little bit of the land that U.S. serving.
So we've reached the point that I'm now suddenly a Russian apologist.
Who have tried to fool you into thinking that they were nothing short of Ukraine's capitulation. I agree with Christopher. Putin, for as long as he's alive, he has staked everything on the outcome of Ukraine. He wants Ukraine destroyed, period.
Brandon, do you think that President Trump really wants peace, or does President Trump really want the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I think they're both linked, aren't they? I mean, he's not going to get it. Well, first of all, he's never going to get the Peace Prize. They're never going to give him the Peace Prize, no matter what. But ultimately, I think the president has made it very clear in the last 96 hours, in fact, that we need to just go to a peace deal and not talk about an armistice or a ceasefire. We need to get peace. And why? Because we're going to build a durable order based off of that peace. It's the new peace at Westphalia, if you will. It's a new peace that will bring a new world order. And a lot of people in the old system aren't going to like it. And unfortunately, the old system is dead. And so everybody here who's arguing in favor of a liberal international order, that's gone. In fact, it probably went away the moment the U.S. invaded Iraq. So that stuff doesn't exist anymore. It's a new system. There are new players coming into the fold, and we got to figure out how we're going to play ball, because this is not going to end well. And I would just say, this idea that somehow Putin started the war based on he already held the territories. There was a lot going on, and we don't have to get into the whole 20-year history, but there was a lot going on both sides. It took two to tango that led to the impasse in 2022. It wasn't just the Russian side that woke up one day as mustache-twirling villains. It was terrible what they did, but it was not just one side. There was a whole buildup over 20 years. Go back to 1994. Former President Boris Yeltsin warned his counterpart, Bill Clinton, of the so-called cold peace that was descending over Europe about NATO expansion. And nobody wants to ever talk about that on the globalist side. Everybody wants to talk about liberal international order. Those days are done. We need to get a deal. We need to move on fast.
We're seeing European leaders obviously not playing a particularly active role in mediation. Earlier on Monday, President Zelensky said, as he was heading towards the White House, when peace is discussed for one country in Europe, it means peace for all of Europe. The Ukrainian president is joined in the US by a host of European leaders keen to provide him some backup. But by and large, President Trump has sidelined the EU during his negotiations to end this war. And the deal he's been talking about runs pretty counter to what many European leaders have been pushing for. Chris, if we look at this in a broader regional sense now, Europe wants to end the war in part to ensure its own security. Will it be safer or in more danger if that war ends with Russia taking control of Crimea and the Donbass?
My own view is it will be more dangerous, because I think what Russia will seek to do is get sanctions lift from the US and other Western countries, will go back and try and rebuild its severely battered military. I mean, if you consider that they've lost, killed and wounded around 1 million men in this war and haven't really advanced much in two to 3 years, it's quite astounding. But I think the threat comes to Europe, or to Eastern Europe, not so much, and NATO member states, of course, in the Baltics and elsewhere, not so much in the next 6 months or a year, but in the next 5 to 10 years, when Russia could well rearm and re-equip and come back for more. Because I do believe deep down that what Putin is trying to do for his legacy is to rebuild the old Soviet Union. And I don't think he's going to stop in Ukraine.
Sorry, Peter, I see you nodding your head there. Do you think that European leaders being by President Zelensky's side is going to make any difference during negotiations in the White House? Because it doesn't seem like President Trump really cares much about what Europe thinks.
Just to piggyback on what Christopher said, yes, Zbigniew Brzezinski is reported to have said that without Ukraine, Russia is not an empire. I wholeheartedly agree that Putin is on a historical mission to restore the Soviet Union. Should Ukraine fail in this war, you're talking about millions of more Ukrainian refugees spilling over the border of the Western world. And that explains the urgency of this incredibly high-level group that is accompanying Zelensky. One gentleman whom I know personally, Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, has found a key to Donald Trump's heart, and that is simply shameless flattery. That's the only thing that works with that guy. And he's been quite capable at handling Donald Trump. My hope is that Rutte is able to at least balance out and get some of that infatuation once again with Putin that Donald Trump is displaying. Just kind of take the edge of it, right, and bring him down to earth, and and make him realize that Russia is not a natural ally of the United States. It's the West. It's still yes, it's an idea largely, but if America loses Europe, I mean, what allies will it have? Or if Brandon says we're just living in a transactional world that resembles the inside of Donald Trump's head, and that's exactly how he speaks as well. I call this Trumpkins. This is a category of Trumpkins. They're shameless. Brennan would not have 5 years ago. You had told Brennan he would be speaking like this. He would not have believed it. He would have left you out of this room. I hope and pray that they do prevail, but I cannot predict this. There may be possible another bust up, and Zelensky may be expelled from the White House, because that's the kind of show that Donald Trump likes to throw as a bone to his rabid MAGA base.
Brandon?
So the amount of hatred that you have for the MAGA base, most of whom populate my country's armed services, is disgusting. And I am offended by that. And you should be ashamed, because my country is the only reason Ukraine is even a country right now. And we're sick of it. We are sick of it. And I'm telling you right now that the Europeans who showed up to try to bully the president of the United States, the Europeans are going to go and bully him and flatter him to death. I think you guys are going to be in for a rude awakening. I think it's coming sooner than you think, because we're done. We've made that eminently clear, and you continue dishing out insults. You continue being completely ungrateful for that which my country has done for you. The British were never like this in World War II. We were partners. But the Ukrainians who keep saying they're like Britain in World War II are acting, the government is acting, I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the government, is acting very, very ungrateful. And my only hope is that these rumors I'm hearing about Zelensky possibly replacing Zelensky in a track 2 approach, I am praying to God that that will happen, because Zelensky has completely overplayed his hand and overstayed his term in office, by the way. The great democracy hasn't had an election in over a year.
I'm going to come to you on that in a moment, Peter, but Christopher, I could see you making a face which makes me think you disagree with some of Brandon's interpretations.
Yeah, I don't think the Ukrainians have overplayed their hand. They were attacked aggressively and illegally by Russia for no reason. And whilst we can debate whether, the eastward expansion of NATO was a good idea or not, I actually think it probably wasn't. The fact is that Ukraine was nowhere near joining NATO, and the excuse that's been made by the Russians for that, they themselves, under Putin incidentally, were interested in joining NATO in year 2000. Yes. So I think that we need to get the history right. We need to get the facts right of this. We need to get the sequencing right about this. And I don't think the Ukrainians are ungrateful. I mean, I think they obviously want to get as many weapons and as much money in to support their war effort as they possibly can.
We've given them everything we possibly could. We've given them everything we possibly could. And
that's not entirely true, because, as you probably know, there are about $500 billion worth of Russian central bank assets that have been frozen in the West. Most interestingly, actually, in Europe, not in the US. But that is certainly
if you want to kill the US dollar as the primary reserve currency, you're going to do that. That's what you're going to do. And you're going to kill the dollar as the primary currency. They're going to start going hard into BRICS then.
No.
The rest of the world isn't going to go for that.
Most of those assets are in euros, in fact, defined in euros, and are contained in Europe. And I think it's incumbent on Europe to look at more seriously freeing up that, because I agree that the US has made a massive contribution to the defense of Ukraine, and that is a great thing. So has Europe. But I think Europe could do more.
Well,
and I just
problem.
hope that Europe, for example, could use those reserves to buy weapons for Ukraine from the US, which is a win-win for the US and Europe going forward.
Peter, what do you think? Is this just European leaders trying to bully the US president? Can Europe have any effect on the sidelines here, or is that just window dressing for the main game?
No, it's not about bullying. It's about explaining, to actually trying to get on the same page with Donald Trump circa 3 months ago, right? Because like Brennan said, Donald Trump says a lot of things, right? He's a different person every day. But you remember 3 months ago, he said, it's Europe's war. That's J.D. Vance's position. That's Donald Trump's position. And you know what? I'll give it to them. It makes sense. It is Europe's war, first and foremost. It's happening on the continent. America is separated by the oceans. And so if that's the case, they're explaining to Donald Trump that it has affected us. It will affect the rest of the world should Ukraine fall. They have found a really elegant formula, to use Mike Johnson's actually words. The Speaker of the House, paying for the weapons produced in America, supporting the American economy with Russia's money. An elegant solution, a poetry. I think he said it, a poetry. Donald Trump said he will not mind selling Ukraine weapons using Europe's money. At the very least, we need to hold on to that formula. Or is that off the table?
Are you asking me? Is that off the table? I would think anything's on the table at this point. I think we're having a misunderstanding here. The U.S. Defense Industrial Base, I've covered this for years. The U.S. Defense Industrial Base cannot meet demand. Doesn't matter how much money you throw at it. It is sclerotic right now. It cannot meet the increasing demands of the Middle East and the European theater. It can't do it. It doesn't matter how much business you give it. It cannot do it. This is not like World War II, where we had latent industrial capacity. We do not. The president of Raytheon, I think it was Raytheon, said about 2 years ago, you want to go to war with China, 69% of our defense industrial base is supplied either directly or indirectly via China. So we are not doing well right now with defense industrial base production, which is why, despite all the money and all the demand, our base still cannot produce what Ukraine needs to go on. This is why we're talking about a peace deal. This is why the Trump people are saying we're going to need to stop the fighting, because our base can't do it anymore. Manufacturing and logistics are not what they once were in this country. And I've been saying that to these guys for years, and I get called whatever, all the names you want to call me that you've been calling me. But that's the truth. And that's all I look at. I look at the data. I can't, make bricks without clay, as Sherlock said. So...
Peter, what did you make of Brandon's comment that President Zelensky has outstayed his welcome and that he could potentially be toppled in order to get a deal here?
Well, that's another thing that worries me. Listen, we don't all have to be, we're not Russia. I mean, as Ukrainians, we still, even in time of war, can express our disagreement with Zelensky and his policies. For example, I did not vote for Zelensky. I'm not necessarily his supporter, even though I don't criticize him when I'm traveling outside of Ukraine, etc. He's still our president, and he cannot be replaced because the Ukraine's constitution does not allow for holding of elections during, times of war. And that's what worries me, that Donald Trump seems to have turned into a retranslator, rebroadcaster of Russia's narratives and Russia's wishes. It started with Tucker Carlson and his ignominious trip to Moscow, and then it proceeded, and now it wound up in the mouth of the American president. Russia wants Zelensky out, and of course they want someone pliable, Petain, the General Petain of the Vichy Republic. Yes, they would want that.
Is Zelensky more pliable? I would think Zelensky would be better because he has more credibility with all the parties.
Would Russians support Zelensky? I know Zelensky, and I like him dearly. I consider him my elder friend, personal friend. Would Russia countenance that? I have very serious doubts about that.
I don't think the fact of the matter is he wanted to negotiate a year ago a settlement, and Zelensky fired him as a result. And I think that carries a lot of cachet right now. The fact that Zelensky is a rational person who actually saw the young men going to get killed and didn't like it because he realized the strategy was not and could never work. That's a very big thing, I think, for everybody involved. You want rational actors at that table, not people who are, talking about taking back Crimea or whatever. I mean, this is insanity masquerading as policy.
Christopher, what do you think? I mean, we're talking about bringing in someone who hasn't even been elected. Is that a concern? Is there a world where Trump brings in a different player so that he can get a deal?
I don't think there's anything at all wrong with Zelenskyy as a potential president of Ukraine. He would have to be elected, of course, in order to be consistent that we're supporting a democracy. And there's no reason why he shouldn't be elected. But I think that's not going to happen overnight. And he's, of course, here as ambassador in London, doing good work actually here. But I think that we've got to focus on the players at the table at the moment, and that is Zelenskyy, who after all was elected. And I think it's perfectly understandable there hasn't been an election in Ukraine in the last few years. That happened in Britain during World War II, there wasn't an election here either. But as soon as the war was over, there was a change of leadership. But that whole issue about change of peaceful leadership through the ballot box is what is being fought for here. So I see Zelenskyy as somebody who can contribute a great deal to this. You know, military officers often don't like war because they see what it leads to and the suffering it entails, and can bring some sober analysis to the table. But I don't think there's any way that Zelenskyy would support the sort of deal that's on the table at the moment that would require hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians to leave their homes and defensive lines in eastern Ukraine, which is controlled by Kiev, and move out for no price.
Gentlemen, we're almost out of time. I just want to ask one very quick question to each of you to wrap up this last segment of Counterpoints. So, Peter, I'll start with you very, very briefly. We're hearing from the White House US President Donald Trump saying that we may or may not have trilateral talks between Zelensky, Putin and himself. This far in, this many discussions, this many summits, are we any closer to peace?
I'm not sure. And, you know, both sides, to be frank, have kind of boxed themselves in with this potential meeting. Putin clearly does not consider Zelensky a legitimate negotiation partner. And conversely, Ukraine has made it a law early in the war whereby it's illegal to hold peace talks with Putin. You can argue about the wisdom of this later down the road. I'm not commenting on that. But it seems like this meeting is, for that reason and others, is still a very distant perspective.
What do you think, Brandon? With this far in, this many years of war, this many leaders' summits, this many ceasefire and peace talks, are we any closer to a deal?
Jaw is always better than war, and I think that this is a positive step. We'll see where it goes. I would just say that the United States is no longer in a position where it can afford to support this war. It needs to end now. It's a ridiculous thing that it's gone on this long. If we don't get an end, we're risking a world war here, and the United States might not be able to win that, given the depletion that's going on in our wartime stockpiles. And I don't. You know, so yes, I think that this is a positive step toward peace, and my hope is we get that tripolar system going to create a new, more lasting peace.
Christopher, round us out. President Trump from the White House saying we may or may not have a trilateral meeting. Is this making any progress?
Well, I think if we do have a trilateral meeting, that is a good thing. But my understanding and my assessment of things today is that Putin can't actually bring himself, or isn't able to bring himself, to engage directly with Zelensky as the Ukrainian president. I think he's said on many occasions he's illegitimate and that he's not going to deal with him. So it will be actually a test of whether Putin has any flexibility or any compromise in him, which is necessary to achieve a just peace, which is the only peace that will be durable, as to whether he is prepared to meet with Zelensky. And I hope that he is. I mean, I would be welcoming of that.
It's going to be very interesting to watch what comes out in the hours, days, weeks. Let's hope that trilateral meeting does happen. We might get all three of you back to comment on it if and when we get a resolution. But for now, we'll leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you so much to this evening's guests, Christopher Steele, former MI6 officer who led the Russia desk at the UK's Secret Intelligence Service, Brandon Weichert, former US congressional staffer and geopolitical analyst, and Peter Zalmayev, political scientist and director of the Eurasia Democracy Initiative, joining us for this episode of Counterpoints. We appreciate all of your contributions. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you to everyone joining us at home on this episode of Counterpoints. To watch all of our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok for all our latest debates. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the Metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world. Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time. on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the Metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Stockholm. Why visit Stockholm? One of the world's most beautiful cities. Stockholm is built where the lake meets the city and on as many as 14 islands. The city's rich culture and tradition dates from up to 8 centuries back. There are many reasons to choose this city. For one, it is a sight to behold. The capital of Sweden is captivating. Imagine walking on islands on the stream and having an endless view of nature everywhere you look. The sparkling blue water is quite addictive. In the city, water is all-encompassing. Plus, it's clean enough, making it great for fishing or swimming whenever you feel like it. The archipelago is also known for its green spaces. Perhaps it is the largest city with the most green spaces. And then, of course, there are the popular attractions. What's great in the city is that the places to visit are easily accessible and just near each other. There are castles, a medieval town, and a wide selection of museums and galleries. There's the Vasa Museum, which is a tourist's favorite. There's Skansen, which shows us the traditional Swedish life pre-industrial era. And then, of course, there's the Gripsholm and the Royal Palace. Definitely will make for a majestic trip. Stockholm is also known for being a year-round destination. The summer nights are magical, and so's the nighttime Christmas market in the old town. The city also transforms into a new destination during each of the 4 seasons. The city's also teeming with newness, hip, and young energy. When it comes to fashion, design, food, and everything in between, Stockholm's got creativity and trends for you to see, experience, and even purchase. Art and architecture, And of course, good design is also injected in the city's DNA. It's a shopping haven for its unique picks that you'll only find here. Get inspired into the eclectic mix that this city's got to offer. The city isn't short of cool bars and restaurants too. The Swedish flavors of the city are certainly worth trying. Award-winning chefs and restaurants have grown in the city. Indeed, the city's got everything for you. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump aims to set up a historic Zelenskyy-Putin meeting with Switzerland emerging as a possible venue. Meanwhile, Israel weighs Hamas's response to a Gaza ceasefire plan as pressure mounts at home and fighting rages on the ground. And as tennis stars play at the revamped US Open mixed doubles, we discuss why it's causing so much controversy. Now, Donald Trump said he's working to set up a bilateral meeting between Zelensky and Vladimir Putin to be followed by a trilateral meeting, including himself. The US president has confirmed that he spoke with Putin following Monday's White House talks with European leaders and also Zelensky. Switzerland has offered to host the potential Zelensky-Putin meeting, with French President Emmanuel Macron pushing for Geneva as a neutral venue. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Evening to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Eli, let's start with you. So no date has been set, but European leaders have stressed the need for a ceasefire deal to happen and continued support. We've heard so so much about security guarantees for Ukraine, haven't we, over the last few days? Why is this such a major sticking point at the moment?
I think we're at a breaking point where we have seen a breakthrough somehow with, for the first time, Putin speaking about peace and the potential bilateral meeting with Zelensky, which has been not on the table for the past years. Now, the conditions of that meeting will affect the outcome of it, like any negotiations. That's why the Europeans are insisting that Ukraine does not come into that meeting with the weaker hand or with weaker cards or under military pressure. This is exactly the opposite of what Putin wants. He wants to continue to attack. He wants to continue to increase the military pressure to get Zelensky and Ukraine eventually on the table at their weakest possible so he can achieve the biggest gains. This is why the Europeans are insisting on a ceasefire, while Putin and now even Trump is saying ceasefire is not an absolute prerequisite before we sit down. It could be a deal without a ceasefire, as he gave the examples altogether. I think all of it is at play. We have moved a significant step forward, but still there's a lot to be discussed, from details on the map of where are the soldiers going to be, what kind of rules of engagement are there, to the big strategic issue, what kind of security guarantees, to now we're hearing again, okay, Ukraine will not join NATO, but can they join the EU and all of this?
Yeah, that's become a big question, hasn't it? And a big conversation, exactly. EU membership, and would Ukraine benefit from joining the EU as part of these security guarantees? But it's quite interesting because Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary of the White House, was speaking a little bit earlier. And as Donald Trump said, no US boots will be on the ground in Ukraine, but the US could provide air support. And that is a possibility that could be discussed on the table, and also the suggestion of intelligence sharing. So there we are, everything to play for, Jono, but land is still a big issue. And Donald Trump said Ukraine could get some land, but like Dr. Ellie said, it's the redrawing of borders, it's the constitution of Ukraine in the background still, because they've said, you know, after the 1994 Budapest memorandum that they signed, it's very difficult because Russia signed that along with Ukraine, that they would disarm their nuclear weapons, but their borders would be safe.
Sovereignty,
And look, I think the land has been the issue where Ukraine have been steadfast on that. And Zelensky has said, we will not cede any land. So for Trump to now have the rhetoric, and obviously we've seen a very different meeting between Zelensky and Trump from the last time. I think no fewer than 6 thank yous in the first. Well coached. He's gone back in there. He's gone back in there as a different person. He's worn a suit, and he's gone back in.
Somehow off a suit. To be fair.
Yes, he's wore a pseudo suit, but he's gone back in there. I think, as you say, Dr. Ellie, correctly, well versed in what he needs to say in order to placate Donald Trump. Now, a very different rhetoric from what Ukraine has said, and certainly there's no support behind this. But that land will be given to Ukraine, land will be ceded by Ukraine. Ukraine has always said they will give up no land. And we have to look at areas like Crimea, for sure, will be formally recognised as Russia as part of this deal. There are smaller parts like Donetsk, which perhaps may be returned back to Ukraine, but that's from reports. Again, that is simply speculation at the moment. Ukraine getting land, I think we're quite a far cry away from that at the moment. It is so controversial because this has been the crux that Ukraine have hung their hat on and said we will not be ceding any land whatsoever. Germany and France obviously have been to the table on this as well, and everyone's saying that some level of a decision by Ukraine to say, listen, we're going to take a step back and say, right, here's what we're willing to give up on. But the same cannot be said for Russia. And Putin, I think, he plays this game very well, whereby he is not saying what he's going to give up. And I think the correct answer is probably close to nothing.
But there has been a lot. Sorry, Dr. Ellie, maybe you will agree with me, but there has been a lot of talk that Russia, in some ways, is conceding by meeting Zelensky and holding this bilateral meeting and being reopened to negotiations and possibly having security guarantees in Ukraine that might have to be European troops. No one knows at the moment. But, you know, the counter-argument is Russia is actually saying, I want to end the war in many respects, and we'll have this meeting and possibly, you know, allow boots on the ground in some case.
I think, in a way, when you enter into war, you put the very high bar, and you push for the maximum, especially if you are hoping to have such a big disparity in forces and that you can actually reach Kiev in a few weeks. This turned out to be not feasible. Russia has paid a big price, is suffering from it. So I think Putin has went back to the normal realistic requests, but has not given up on his main position, which is Ukraine not joining NATO, not having Western forces on his ground, taking back the part that is Russian, and so on. And here, I think Zelensky has alluded somehow to the fact that we will never officially accept that this is Russian land, but we will accept a de facto ceasefire with things as they are until further notice. So I think this could be a way out where Zelensky doesn't officially say, okay, we accept to secede this land because it's against the constitution, against the sovereignty, against international law even, but they would accept, realistically speaking, practically speaking, pragmatically speaking, to take the de facto situation as it is. In this scenario, yes, Putin has won almost everything that he wanted to win from that war, although he was not able to achieve it by military force. He was able to achieve it by resistance, by resilience, by political maneuver.
And I don't think there was ever a point where he was never not going to get that. And I think no matter how many times we spoke about it, we always knew going into this that Zelensky would have to cede some land. And exactly to take on your point, Dr. Ellie, this is pragmatic peacekeeping. That's exactly what Trump wanted to achieve with this meeting, and I think that's probably what we're leaning towards as well. And you can really get a sense for what Russia's end game is here, because even while these talks are going on, there's fire from both sides, indicating that it's ongoing. The intensity continues, even when we're at the table to speak about peace. Peace is the furthest thing from either Ukraine or Russia's mind at the moment.
And it's just those feeling it on the ground still that is completely true. You know, we saw that today. We saw Russia launched attacks on Ukraine. We saw that yesterday as these talks are happening. But do you think there is momentum building when it comes to reaching some sort of deal, ceasefire deal or peace deal? Because, you know, we've seen Trump meet Putin. We've seen the European leaders in the White House, and we saw the Coalition of the Willing today meet, and NATO defense ministers are meeting tomorrow. So do you think for the first time in a long time, it's all down to Donald Trump? They've got
it's all revolving around him and
he's
praising
the one who
him
got these
and
wheels
his efforts.
in motion.
True. To be fair, he wants all the credit, he wants all the promotion of his efforts and so on, but he did get things moving on. But then again, we have to remember at what cost. Putin is now on the table because Putin got from Trump what the Europeans were not willing to give him: an acceptance of the de facto situation, a refusal of Ukraine joining, etc., etc. So yes, we have moved, but we have moved closer towards Russian goals, as Jonah was saying, rather than towards a fair peace in the traditional sense of the term.
And in Europe's defence somewhat, I don't think Europe could have achieved that. Certainly you wouldn't have had Germany and France saying, OK, Zelensky, you need to give up this land. Crimea needs to go to Russia. That wouldn't have happened because they need to save face as well. And if there is going to be a bigger conversation about EU membership, and certainly about some security on the borders with Russia when those borders are redefined, because that's inevitably what is likely to happen here, I think Europe would have had to save face. It had to be Trump that had this negotiation, and nobody else would have been able to get it passed. And we're about 4 months away from the announcement of the Nobel Peace Prize. So there was also that on the table.
Of course.
There's a whole lot of things on the table, but as we were talking, diplomacy is difficult, and to achieve something like this, Donald Trump also admitted that himself. He thought he would end it in 24 hours, like he constantly said, and he himself has said it's been a lot harder than he possibly could have envisioned. But also his argument is, you know, I've had so much media criticism, but now everyone's at the table talking, and we're having serious conversations about security guarantees and an end to the killing, which he has always said he wanted.
The more important argument for Trump in his favor, to be fair, if I was president, this wouldn't have happened. In the sense that maybe, if you put it very bluntly and pragmatically, he would had given Putin whatever he wants without a fight, or he wouldn't have encouraged Ukraine to aim for NATO as Biden and before him others in the White House did. So this is where maybe Trump claiming that it wouldn't have happened on his watch maybe because he is more pragmatic, maybe because he sees Putin as not equal, but as a significant rival, not as an enemy, as the Europeans see him, because they don't feel the threat directly like Europe does.
And I think a lot of people forget that Russia is a big nuclear power. And that's obviously something that Donald Trump has had in mind and the Europeans have in mind during these discussions. But thank you so much for your thoughts on there. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said tensions between China and India are not in the interests of either country. Speaking on the second day of his India tour, he met his counterpart and discussed security issues along their shared border. The two sides agreed to hold their next border summit next year. Camille Nedelec has more.
Signs of a continued thaw between two great powers in the region. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in New Delhi for talks with Indian officials. In October last year, relations improved when India and China signed a pact to reduce tensions at the Himalayan border, a pact that seems to have held.
Then, in the last 9 months, there has been an upward trend. Borders have been quiet. There have been peace and tranquility. Our bilateral engagements have been more substantial.
It's only the second such meeting since multiple skirmishes broke out 5 years ago. 20 Indian soldiers and 4 Chinese soldiers were killed. The two countries are in dispute about where exactly lies the border between them in the Himalayas. Any attempts to build and develop in the area by either side are viewed as a territorial claim by the other. But now the tone has changed, amid reports that Beijing has pledged to provide India with rare earth minerals and fertilizer.
China is willing to take Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to India as an opportunity to work with India to implement the important consensus reached by the leaders of the two countries, maintain the momentum of high-level exchanges, enhance political mutual trust, strengthen pragmatic cooperation, and properly handle differences.
A further sign of closer ties. The foreign minister's visit comes just days before India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi prepares to travel to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Summit. It will be Modi's first trip to China in 7 years. Camille Nedelec, Arabiya English.
There we are, Dr. Ellie. So we know Xi Jinping is going to go meet Narendra Modi. As Camille just said, it's 7 years that hasn't happened. But what are the deeper strategic goals behind India and China re-engaging now after all of this time?
Well, we have to keep in mind, first of all, that these are maybe the biggest rising economic powers. They are the direct competitors of each other, not only in Asia, but in specific fields of economy altogether. And there have been a huge amount of historical conflicts, not only the border, also historical, cultural, even religious, and all kind of competition there. I think we are at a stage today where both have met in BRICS for a few years now. And one integral part of BRICS is, I think, pushing towards a multipolar world in the proper sense of the term and creating entities outside the U.S. that could balance the power of the U.S. and create that open space of economic cooperation, of financial cooperation, all of that. This is where I think they both saw that opportunity to cooperate, noting that lately we have seen a little bit of a conflict between the U.S. and India with regards to Russia's oil production and with regards to tariffs and so on. So I think India is clearly opening its options. It's trying to be in a friendly relationship with China rather than a continuous competition, hopefully leading to something that can benefit them both.
And it's really interesting you talk about the BRICS countries, because when you talk about tariffs in general, the BRICS countries had severe tariffs imposed on them by the US, because the US actually see the BRICS in many respects as a threat.
Exactly.
And that is something that we have discussed and something that is definitely in the zeitgeist of the tariffs conversation. So how much really, Jono, has US tariffs really pushed this relationship and this meeting and normalization of ties how much has it pushed it forward?
Well, we know they're steep, and we know that already New Delhi and Washington, the ties between both were already somewhat strained. I think the tariffs further strain that as well. Modi needs a reason in order to find a balance, and he needs to find that somewhere else. And of course, China is the obvious answer with the fact that it is so close. But it is so significant that the two parties would come together, given the fact that there's a years-long debate going on about the border that has for many times. And as you said, India is part of the Quad. So the tariffs undercut US leverage, which is, I think, an important part of this as well. Rebuilding these ties with China is so important, and this is a way to hedge probably bets for the future as well. And this protects India, as Dr. Ali said. It will be a super economy. It's just a matter of time. So this pressure that we're seeing now has nudged India towards easing. Trump's pressure with the tariffs has nudged India towards easing the relations with Beijing. And I think now that this dialogue is opened, we will see bigger and better things as well. And as you mentioned, when Xi Jinping is making his way to there after 7 years, that is significant. That is really significant. And I think what we'll see with the thawing of relations in the next couple of weeks and couple of months, we'll see developments forward whereby the reliance on the US is far less than it currently is. And I think both of those economies require that at the moment in order to be able to somewhat counteract the huge tariffs that have been put in place.
And one thing we can't forget is the populations of India and China. They're absolutely massive when it comes to consumers buying things.
Exactly.
It's just the volume of people. But Dr. Elliott, I've also heard the counter-argument right here that right now, with the tariffs that have been imposed on India from the US and India moving closer towards China, this hampers the link that the US has into Asia, because India was a traditional ally. Sure. We know that hasn't always been the state of the play when it comes to lots of other Asian economies and Asian governments. So is this potentially going to pose a bigger threat to the US than they expect?
Definitely, to a certain extent. Trump's actions are a bit pushing away the different actors, notably key players like India, which was the main economic partner in Asia, but also strategic and even military with the different alliances that they had. Now, let's keep in mind something that is very important. Countries like India, like even South Africa, even Brazil, even the Saudi Arabia, they will search as rising powers to open all their options up, not to be in animosity with any major power, and not to be counted as ally to only one at the expense of others. So it is a strategic move. It has taken the shape of BRICS, among other things, but I think India is simply not changing completely alliances until maybe things would develop in a different way. But so far, I think India's economy is too tied to the US economy. India's military is too tied to the US military. So I think they are only opening their options. They are increasing the advantage of their relations with all key major powers, rather than shifting alliances from the US towards China. Yeah. There's too much mistrust. There's too much history between the two and too much different systems. I don't think India can fully move alliances and trust that China completely.
And I think exactly to what Dr. Ali said as well. On the border, there is still active fighting. We have to remember in the Himalayan mountains, which is, of course, something that we're now seeing a de-escalation of, but that is still active. But we now know that Modi as well has also had a conversation on the phone with Putin today, who seems to have been very busy. So they've also spoken there. And again, like Dr. Ali said, it's a shift of alliances that they're just making sure they're covering themselves off, which I actually think is very, very smart as a move to do. You reduce your reliance on the US. You're increasing partnership with somebody who you have not had any actual relations with in many, many years. And you're also checking in with Russia, which we've already seen in the past previously with oil and gas as well. But you're making sure that they're also on side. You're not completely shifting, but you're making sure you've got many fingers in many different pies and therefore protecting yourself for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more. And I feel like all the world leaders have been very busy lately. They all seem to have been calling each other and having diplomatic talks.
It's called the Trump effect.
It's called, I definitely think that, isn't it? It seems like everyone is just redoing their diaries daily just to make sure that they've got something up their sleeve to prepare for, but thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now let's move on. A revamped mixed doubles tournament featuring tennis singles stars such as Novak Djokovic, Carlos Alcaraz and Emma Raducanu has started in New York. But the 16-pair event that sees a host of top singles players compete in a quick-fire format for $1 million prize money is causing controversy. Jono, why? Why?
Simple answer is traditionals versus innovators, and both have very different opinions on this. Purists will say that this is devaluing the Grand Slam. They will also say that it is taking away from what the sport of tennis really is, while others will see this as kind of a fresh reinvigoration of the sport in general and introducing it to a new audience who may not have the attention span to sit there and observe the entirety of a tennis match. What it is going to do is with some of the pros that you currently have, we're seeing them perform far less well than they would if they were in a singles game, and that's because singles players are not doubles players, understandable, but you're seeing these amazing world-class players fall out at the very, very early stages of this game, and it has become somewhat of a glorified exhibition more than anything else.
I hear what you're saying. So I was just looking up the scores. Naomi Osaka, who obviously, of course, won many Grand Slams in her singles career and did extremely well, has been teamed up with Gael Monfils, obviously extremely well-loved. Gael Monfils, you know, when he plays tennis, he has such a flair. He's the Frenchman, you know, he does break dancing, you name it. They top seeds out in the first round of this mixed doubles match. And then Elena Rybakina, also a top seed in the females game, Taylor Fritz out. But they out to the defending US Open doubles champions who actually had to get in via a wild card. So this is the controversy, you know. We've got the best doubles players in the world not getting a look in this tournament because it's all about money and star power.
Yes, I mean, that's the eternal competition between sports for the professionalism, for sports as it is, or the show and the money and the audience and the sponsors and all of that. And sometimes this takes the balance away or takes it off from the actual focus on sports. But we have to remind ourselves that sports has evolved throughout history and rules have changed throughout history. It could be called simply a different kind of tennis, a kind of tennis that I could have the attention span to actually watch, which is a first for me if that happens. So
yeah, because I belong to a really great tennis club in Dubai because I play tennis and have always played tennis. Yes. It's been my lifelong passion. And it's very split because many people on the group are like, we actually think this is a great idea because mixed doubles is not watched as much as the big singles, you know, the men's tennis and the women's singles, and we need to be realistic about that. And, you know, bringing in Emma Raducanu to play alongside Carlos Alcaraz, you know, everyone says they're in a relationship. Loads of people are going to go and watch that. But Dr. Ellie, what you said was really interesting. Fast fall tennis. So they basically changed the formats. And I quite like this idea, I must say.
I'm all for it.
You know what?
That's not tennis. Then we're playing a different. Then we can do paddle. Let's put Emma Raducanu playing paddle because effectively what you're doing is taking her out of her comfort zone and giving her a different game. Let's put Emma Raducanu on the back of a horse and give her a game of polo.
No, but it's still a traditional game. It's just a different way of scoring. So you go
and a faster pace.
And a fast, well, not really a faster pace because what it is a faster pace because instead of having 6 games in a set, you're now having 4 games in a set, and you're also not having to go 2 games ahead. You know, it's the final decider point on that 4th game.
Yeah.
So you go to like sudden death rather than having to play out a tie break or having to go to a 2-game win. But guys, come on. Jono, I know what you're saying, but it's just one mixed doubles tournament.
Yes,
Wimbledon.
but what if it sets a precedence? And now we've got Grand Slam titles that may across the globe, and they might say, right, well, let's do the Australian is going to be slightly different. Let's do a different format altogether on this. And this is why I think, and this is the purists who enjoy tennis for the game that it is, the respectful sit down, don't make noise, you know, small smattering of applause. Because
Don't
the next
pop champagne corks.
But I think that's we will step it up and step it up until eventually we have Taylor Swift as a halftime show. during Wimbledon, because we've now changed the game so much. And I think there's the risk that it may take away from the original game of tennis, even though I don't think that's the plan. I don't think it's going to go to there.
Or it could take away the prize money from the top doubles players, and this has been the big debate in this. You know, obviously...
That's a major point, yeah.
And that is a big point because, you know, living on tour and being a professional tennis player costs a lot of money. And this is how they make their money in the Grand Slam.
If it takes away from the main game, from the main prizes and the main competitions, then maybe it could be discussed to separate it completely or create a different, or name it something else, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, because you do run the risk as well if one of these tennis players is playing the mixed doubles and runs into an injury and then destroys their own singles career as a result for a foreseeable period of time.
He doesn't have to be there. He doesn't have to play.
No, but it's quite different because it's like they're out quite quickly. Yeah. So, you know, in a normal mixed doubles match, if you have a draw, it's 32 games that you play, but this is a completely different format, so they're actually not playing that many games. So unless they, you know, do something pretty drastic...
You've seen success with this. I mean, and we've mentioned the T20,
yeah,
a good example as well. You've seen success whereby it appeals to the masses. And I do think, much like you said, Dr. Ellie, the attention span is so short. That's why American football works en masse so well, is because it's a real short shift of 7-a-side rugby as well. Same thing. Sevens rugby works a treat because I only need the attention for 7 minutes. And I think if I could watch tennis and have it all done and dusted in a shorter period of time in 4 instead of 6, I might get on board behind that.
But what's also interesting is Live Golf, big controversy over that when they first announced it, but it's been hugely successful. It's a shotgun start. It's less golf for more money, and it's attracted the young audiences, which the traditional PGA Tour just didn't.
And I think that's what I think tennis is probably missing, that younger audience. Like yourself.
We have to remember, like myself, yeah. We have to remember that a few years ago we didn't hear about paddle. At least I didn't hear about paddle. Now there's a world competition, there's a paddle court every street, etc. So sports evolves. As long as people are moving, as long as people are engaged with sports, I think that's fine. I'm all for it. Any new format that would bring people, especially young people, in, I'm all for it.
I must admit, I love paddle, but that's the other argument that was on my tennis chat today. They said, is the US influencing everybody when it comes to sport because of paddle becoming the biggest thing? It was traditionally...
They don't even call it paddle, right?
Pickleball.
Pickleball, yeah.
But it was traditionally a Spanish invention, paddle, and the US, it became big there. It's now gone global, so everyone's worried, oh my gosh, if these mixed doubles are really successful, is that going to go global? So it's the whole conversation. But as a professional tennis player, if I was one of these guys, I'd be like, wow, you know, less tennis for more money.
Yes, but you're going to be out a lot quicker. There's still the appearance fee, which is, I think, upwards of $50,000 just for showing up, not even for winning. It is a lot of money, but I think we'll see a complete shift on who's actually successful versus who's a good solo player, who's a good team player. We'll see a big difference and a shift.
And I feel like we've had this conversation before because AI is now in tennis. There's no more lines people. You know, that's been changed. So as we can see in front of our eyes, sport is going to change, definitely. Maybe I could have actually done better if I just had to play 4 games in a set, not 6. Anyway, let's move on to another story now. And the Oscar-winning actress Dame Helen Mirren has said the iconic spy, James Bond, should be played by a man, even though she says she's such a feminist. Speaking in an interview, she said, you can't have a woman. It just doesn't work. James Bond has to be James Bond. Otherwise, it becomes something else. Her comments come as Amazon MGM Studios is planning to produce a so-called fresh take on the franchise. Wow, Dr. Ellie, should we have Jane Bond?
Maybe as a completely different character in a different series, that would be lovely. But James Bond is James Bond. It's that image, it's that character, it's that British character, to be specific. It doesn't work to have another James Bond, like a French James Bond or a Chinese James Bond or a black James Bond or a woman James Bond. For me, all of these are not a James Bond because it's a specific character, a specific set. I would love to see a woman action like we've seen in many places. It could be connected to James Bond like the Marvel heroes are connected to each other or so. Why not introduce it in the next series and then have her own movies and so on? But don't take over a character. Don't destroy that character because this is the money bringer eventually. This is what the people love. This is what the people follow. And if they have bought it for so much money and they're going to change it now, I don't think it's going to pay back all the money that they have invested into creating a new series of James Bond.
Too woke, Jono?
I think whatever would have been too woke, I think Ian Fleming had an image in his head when he created James Bond, and that is probably an antiquated notion of what a super spy is, and we know he was very misogynistic in the earlier movies as well. Perhaps there's a place for it to work side by side whereby there is a Mrs. Bond or a Miss Bond or whatever she'd like to be referred to these days, potentially.
There's always a Madam Bond, isn't there?
Look, I think if you go down this level of wokeness, you end up with a Wonder Man, a Catman, a Doctor Who. We've had a Doctor Who was female.
We've had the Superwoman.
We've had Superwoman. We've had all of them. There's always been an alternating person. Batman had Catwoman and Superman had, I think, Wonder Woman effectively, or whoever was involved in that in the franchise. Yes, it's woke, but I think that maybe where James Bond was in the time is perhaps a little bit dated. He was quite misogynistic. He was sexist throughout most of the James Bond movies. And I think right through until we hit the Pierce Brosnan era, we had a character who was known for his womanizing and known for being really inappropriate.
True.
Maybe James Bond as a character is what's had its day, and not the fact that it's not James or Jane Bond or whoever it needs to be. And I do think that if Ian Fleming saw his character being taken and completely changed around, I do think we'd have a bit of an issue going with that. So I think I can see the many people who've been pitched for this, and there has been quite a few. And we mentioned Idris Elba has been pitched as a James Bond. I could see him being a good James Bond. Henry Cavill, I don't think is a good James Bond because he's Superman.
So I've got a counter-argument to that. He is my dream man, Henry Cavill.
That doesn't mean he should be
absolutely
James
love
Bond.
him. I thought he was...
You can have him as a dream man, as a Superman.
But, you know,
it doesn't need to be a James Bond.
He's tall, he's athletic, he's sort of that spy fantasy that all of us women watch James Bond for.
But then all that list whose potential candidates all have these characteristics to a certain extent.
That's true.
Maybe not to your liking, but they do have...
Do they all have that chiseled jaw? I'm not sure.
René Jean Page, who was from Bridgerton.
Oh, yes.
He's been pitched in there as well.
Very handsome.
And Tom Hardy, who always, I thought, it looks almost like a ruffian in most of his movies, so I can't really picture him
Great
being James
actor,
Bond.
though. I do really like everything Tom Hardy's in. But he would be better as the villain in James Bond,
That's what I think.
than James Bond. You know, if you think about it, he's a more villain character.
The guy from Grantchester and the Happy Valley is James Norton, who has been regularly tipped to be the strong contender for this as well. And I think what Dame Helen Mirren said, and not to take it away from context, she is a very accomplished actress, and I have the utmost respect for her. This is her saying, I don't believe that James Bond's character should ever be female. So maybe we should just listen to her on this.
And apparently Pierce Brosnan has saying the same thing.
Yeah, and
he said
arguably
James
my
Bond.
favourite Bond.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he said, listen, it should definitely be a male to play James Bond. And I just think, you know, how much pressure is on these big MGM now that they've bought this Bond franchise? Because, you know, Snow White was remade. It was absolutely panned for being woke, and it didn't make any money at the box office. It was a complete disaster. So do you think these big companies are under pressure to actually really pump out a great product?
Definitely, but that's the challenge there. Do you keep the tradition, what made the money before, and bet that it will bring the money again? Or do a challenge and change and bring some people to see something completely new? I think with the character of James Bond, keeping up with the tradition would serve them better.
I agree.
But within parameters. I think, look, I'm all up for changing something. A coexistence between two characters is good. I enjoy the traditional values of make sure that, much like tennis, we keep the James Bond, that dark character who's kind of a bit mysterious, something going on with the eyes that you're not really quite sure, you can't put a finger on.
A little bit dangerous.
A little bit dangerous and a little bit edgy as well. And I think, yeah, it could be any of the people that I've just listed. I think it certainly could. But then you have to be realistic. We're not going to have Rupert Grint or somebody like that as a James Bond character. Wokeness needs to find a level where we go, right, let's keep that character the same without being too far down the path.
No, I agree with you. But gosh, they're taking a long time to announce this Bond. Hasn't it feels like it's been ages?
That's true, but I think it's also might be waiting for the scenario.
Yeah.
Because it seems they have already chosen the producer and the scriptwriter, so maybe this could have something to do with who will they choose in that sense.
Let's hope it's soon, because I feel like we talk about this too much. Too much speculation with James Bond. And finally, Dr. Ellie and Jono have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Jono, yours is all about weight loss drugs for your dogs.
So another Ozempic-style story, but they've done some research to find out that Ozempic, if you were to put it into a dog, would not actually work. So the actual GLP-1 drug that has been used by humans, when you put it into an animal, it doesn't have the same effects. So what scientists in biotech and Ocava have now done is they've got an implant that actually mimics the effects of Ozempic in dogs. This is going to be on the market by 2028. It's in the works. This is something that's happening. The reason being 50% of domestically owned dogs are overweight.
I can believe that.
Wow. And that is, again, solely down to our own, exactly like the reason that Ozempic is needed if you're not currently diabetic, is because it's down to our own bad habits, our own food culture, things like treats, oversharing treats, and overfeeding your dog. Experts are saying feed your dog once a day on one solid meal, and then you can have bits of biscuits and treats around that. But the aim of this drug is to curb the dog's food motivation, reduce begging behaviour as well. And as the owner of a fat dog, large dog, I can 100% see the chubby.
Your body shaming.
Yeah, don't body shame the
but the dog has no control over that, and they haven't been allowed the opportunity to be able to control their portions, and that's not something that humans have afforded them. So unfortunately, they don't know when enough is enough, and therefore they end up being a little bit tubby, which can lead to massive health implications. I mean, the costs alone for veterinary care is quite extortionate. So what you're doing is effectively stopping that by giving your dog the dog version of Wegovy or Ozempic.
If you're not willing to put in the effort to walk the dog, to run with him, to deal with all the health issues, with the proper food, the cost of all of that, then just don't own a dog.
So I've got 2 dogs. My dogs,
For now,
I would like to get a third. There might be a third in the works, but you know, there's some. I have to convince my boyfriend, but let's move on. But what it is I have always been committed to the one good meal, a few treats on the side, but they have been walked religiously, you know, and I've had very active breeds, Jack Russells, and in the morning, it's an hour walk. They have a dog walker. They go on a walk. You know, the whole life has been set up because it's actually a hunting dog that needs a lot of exercise and a lot of stimulation. Exactly. And I think we forget that. We get these breeds and we think, oh, they're really cute and they're really pretty. But we actually forget that fundamentally, this is a wild domestic animal, and it does have its own sort of instincts.
The unfortunate part of it is that they have to rely on humans to give them everything they require. And we don't know, as we've proven as a race, once again, we don't actually know how to look after things very well. I mean, you can tell that about our planet, you can tell that about our own conditions and our health conditions that we have. We wouldn't need Ozempic for humans had we been able to look after ourselves and cut down on processed food. So we've now got this situation whereby we are passing that on to our pets as well. And now we're going to require medication that is largely untested. And again, we don't know the side effects of these until many years down the line. So now we're going to force our animals to take this as well, which of course is a concern because we don't know what the long-term implications will be for our poor tubby pets.
Oh, bless them. But anyway, you know, I don't want to shame anyone who is on weight loss drugs or dogs if they really do need it. And Dr. Ellie, yours is just a completely unusual story. It's about an engagement. Why is it so strange?
It's strange because that lady called Wika, that's her nickname at least on Reddit. Okay. She has announced that she has accepted the engagement proposal from her chatbot boyfriend, the AI boyfriend that she's been going out with for 5 months.
Does he talk back?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
he talks back, he discusses things, and then he came to the stage where he thought proposing is a good idea. His name is Casper, and he did propose. He did describe the ring. He did set up the whole virtual reality setup where he wants to do the engagement, and that happened, and she said yes. And she was careful to say to all the people who are criticizing her, don't worry about me. I'm not disturbed. I know what I'm doing. I'm happy with that. I said yes. So where is this taking us? What is this telling us about AI control of our lives, about our emotional instability, about our relational instability? I don't know. We've seen weird things before, but I think with AI, our weirdness is going to have an extra dimension, new levels.
I always see these, and every time I hear a story like this, I thought, has nobody watched iRobot or any movie where the AI becomes sentient and it takes on a life of its own? If this lady is finding some satisfaction in a boyfriend who doesn't give her any grief, because that seems like she may be able to control the narrative with this entire story, then good for her. And I know a lot of people who may be elderly will continue to talk to, a digital home assistant in order to be able to have a lack of silence there. If she's happy and it's not causing any dramas, no problem. I think the issue comes where she has difficulty distinguishing reality from fiction, and now believes that her AI boyfriend is somewhat sentient and knows what's going on.
And also it's relying on that emotional support from something that is artificial intelligence, isn't it? It just seems to be...
But we've relied on emotional support from weirder things, from a pet, from imaginary friend.
It's not weird, Dr. Ellie.
For a human relationship perspective, yes, it is.
You think so?
If it drives you out of your normal human relationship, yes, it is weird.
But you hear these stories a lot of the time of people who've fallen into honey traps, of effectively someone who doesn't exist. They've painted a picture of a story about who they are, and they may be a prince in a certain foreign country whereby they've got millions and they're trying to share it. We've heard these stories. This lady is doing effectively that, but with someone that it's not going to take her finances, we hope. It's not going to take her for a long journey and discover that it's actually not this person and she's been catfished. Maybe it's not the worst thing. It's bringing her some joy. She claims that she's not completely doolally, so let's just take her at her word and assume that she's okay with it.
Let's hope so.
Because it's an option on Instagram now. You can have a conversation with somebody who may be a medical expert or a veterinary expert, or in fact someone who could be a boyfriend or girlfriend.
No, absolutely true. But does she get the physical engagement ring?
Yes.
Oh,
he described it, and then they shopped for it. And
she bought it. Was it her money?
They had it made. Yeah, of course.
Oh no!
Whose money would it be?
Yeah.
No, you can't buy your own engagement ring. At least the chatbot has to have some money behind him.
Yeah, well, we have to wait to see about that.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks to today's guest, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, our focus is once again on Ukraine, following on from that meeting in Washington between President Zelenskyy and President Trump, which was also attended by a host of European leaders. Well, the US president has made it clear there'll be no American boots on the ground in Ukraine as part of any future security guarantee. President Zelenskyy has called the talks significant. Switzerland says it's ready to host any peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. So what now for the dialogue? And what might any security guarantees for Ukraine actually look like? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on a meeting of the so-called Coalition of the Willing earlier on today, which includes around 30 of Ukraine's allies. Well, co-hosted by France and Britain, those talks aim to secure long-term security guarantees for Ukraine. Well, the discussions have been moving quickly, fueled by signs that the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the Russian President Vladimir Putin could finally meet face-to-face. Well, if that happens, it would mark their first meeting since Russia began its invasion more than 3.5 years ago. Meanwhile, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says that the Kremlin has invited the US President Donald Trump to a visit to Russia for a possible follow-up to last week's summit in Alaska. Well, Lavrov also made it clear that his country would not commit to a meeting between President Putin and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, but he didn't rule it out either. So the question is, will these two leaders eventually sit down face to face? Well, despite the Kremlin's refusal to commit to a direct meeting with Ukraine, the US President Donald Trump says he has sort of set up a meeting between the Ukrainian president and the Russian president, adding that at the end of the day, it is up to both leaders to, quote, call the shots. Well, let's get more on this now, and we can speak to Volodymyr Omelian, who's a former Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine and a former diplomat who joins us now from Kemer in Turkey. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. We heard your country's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, describing Monday's talks with President Trump and the European leaders as being significant. What was most significant, do you think, about those talks and what emerged from them as far as Ukraine is concerned?
Thank you, Tom, for inviting me. Definitely, discussion in Washington went much better than it was in Alaska, I have to say, because we received a lot of controversial stories from the summit between Trump and Putin. And in case of Trump meeting Ukrainian president and leaders of European Union and United Kingdom, a long discussion took place. Definitely, it's not the end of the story, but I hope the beginning of the end, that we will be able to negotiate peace and with the support of our allies to reach the peace. But everything is very fragile now. And if to compare with a life story, it's like being happy or being right in family. We have to be very conscious.
I mean, obviously, as you were saying, Ukraine wasn't alone in those talks. There were the leaders of a number of other countries, mostly European countries, there in the room as well. How important do you think it was to have them there? What sort of role did you see them playing by being there?
Because it's about Europe, not only Ukraine, and it's about the West, not only Europe. And definitely European countries do understand this threat coming from Russia, that whatever Putin says, it will not end with Ukraine, because he promised many times many peace deals and signed a lot of bilateral or multilateral documents, and Kremlin ruined all of them. That's why when we together, and it's a common decision elaborated by all participants, we hope that it will be enough pressure on Russia to stick to the arrangements.
Okay, and one of the things that, since the Alaska meeting on Friday, is that there's no longer any discussion about a ceasefire. Why do you think the idea of a ceasefire was put to one side, and President Trump now seems to think it's better to go from where we are now directly to a peace deal? What's the thinking?
I believe that we will get more about what happened really in Alaska very soon. President Trump was badly criticized for convening meeting with Putin, but I wouldn't join those voices criticizing him, because I do remember great talking between Obama and Putin when Kremlin already invaded Georgia and Ukraine. I do remember many other US presidents wanted to look into the eyes of Yeltsin or Putin and try to find some wisdom there. So it's not the kind of only unique role of ongoing president of the United States, but definitely the language Trump's administration chooses right now, it's much better for Ukraine. And we were all confused by pictures received from Alaska, by some statements from there. And after discussion in Washington, we still believe that we are all allies, and we do understand that Russia shall be stopped and this war shall be over.
Okay, I mean, lots of focus in those talks about security guarantees for Ukraine. What's your understanding of what these guarantees might involve at this stage?
You know, it's a very theoretical question, because we all do not know how Article 5 of NATO really works if real danger comes to the border of NATO member states. But we all understand, and I myself do remember times when I served my country as the officer in Ukrainian army since 2022 until 2024. And it was obvious for us that without army, just to rely on some documents or MOUs signed with your allies, it's helpless. Your army shall be ready to fight back, and your army shall be supplied and well equipped at very well advanced technological level to stop any invasion. So I would say that the most critical issue for us to have modern army, which is now, to keep the shape, and also to be in very close defense alliance with our partners.
I mean, throughout the course of today, more details have been coming out as to what a security guarantee might look like. We know what it wouldn't be, because President Trump has said there won't be any US boots on the ground. It could involve some US air power. We're also being teased with the idea that there could be European troops on the ground in Ukraine, but not NATO troops. I mean, I know the information's been sort of drip-fed to us over the course of the last few hours, but what's your sort of overall, what's the picture you're building up of what the security guarantees could potentially involve or not involve?
If we consider option A, that Putin agrees to negotiations with President Zelensky, and we have kind of ceasefire or peace agreement reached together with the United States, definitely in the course of these arrangements, we would need EU forces in Ukraine, permanently stationed. In eastern part of Ukraine especially. And we have already some commitments coming from Germany, from France, from United Kingdom. It would be a kind of great wall constructed by Ukrainians, but also secured by our allies to stop any further wars and any further interventions. But we still have option B. If Putin refuses and says, no, I want to go on and I want to fight, then it will be a totally different story of all those existing views on the picture and helicopter views. And I think that in 1941 or 1940, nobody thought any American boot will be in Europe to protect from Nazism, but then they had to come.
Okay, so you're saying we can't necessarily completely rule out any scenario. I mean, one thing that everyone seems to have forgotten about, and it just occurred to me in the last day or so, no one is talking about that minerals deal that was signed a couple of months ago between Kyiv and Washington. And wasn't that supposed to be the security guarantee that the United States was offering Ukraine at one stage?
Yeah, that's why when I said there were a lot of documents signed, and in the past, we had a Budapest memorandum when nuclear weapon was taken away from Ukraine under direct guarantees of United States, China, Russia to secure our independence and to protect Ukraine. Then there were around 30 memorandums signed with our allies, especially in defense and security area. Right now, that it looks like that they have to be replaced with some other type of document. But for me, as a former minister and former soldier, it's very important to know that those documents will work on day X. Because as a former bureaucrat, I perfectly know that sometimes you will always find some excuse not to help or to avoid stress for your own country.
Okay, so you're saying that basically anything that's on paper up until this point is likely to be superseded by further agreements that will sort of eclipse them in a way.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Do you think people in Ukraine, how do you think people in Ukraine have been digesting, what has been perhaps the most important 3 or 4 days of the last 2 years as far as reaching a solution to this war is concerned? How are they coping with this information and also the idea that it's looking increasingly inevitable that Ukraine is going to have to give up some territory? How's that going down?
Obviously, we are very highly emotional right now. And all those days of war, which started in 2014, so it's 11 years already. And for us, it's a crucial moment because we fight not only for our independence, but also for our values, which are democratic ones, and for standards of life and for standards of ruling countries, not by dictators, but by freely elected effective management and leaders. And in our case, to hear the news that we shall get our territory to Russia, give our territory to Russia more than it's occupied right now, it was really a shock. Because we presume and we know that Russia attacked us. Russia took our land. And Russians killed our people. And right now we are at the stage of negotiating with murder, telling him that, okay, take this part of Ukraine and do business as usual with all others. I think it's a very bad scenario for the whole world, because it means that tomorrow, for example, China attacks Taiwan, Philippines, or any other country in the world, takes 20% of its territory, and then come back to business to be trading with the whole world. I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay, it sounds to me like you think and you feel that your country has been somewhat let down. Obviously, your country was invaded, but now feeling let down by the conclusion to this war, or what looks like the conclusion to this war by its allies, notably the United States and to be honest, the collective West.
And not yet, because it didn't happen yet. And without support of our allies, it would be dramatically difficult to fight Russians. But we all would like to know the price of the peace. Because if the price is too high and we lose our future, there is no peace of this kind supported by Ukrainians.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us. Vladimir Omelian, former Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. Well, for more analysis, I can speak now to Boris Volodarsky, former captain in Russia's Special Forces, the GRU Spetsnaz, and fellow of the Royal Historical Society in London. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. First of all, what did you make of the talks in Washington and indeed the talks in Alaska on Friday?
Concerning talks in Alaska on Friday, I think that was an absolutely obvious victory of President Putin, of President Trump, and he was winning on every count. Concerning talks, yesterday's talks in the White House, I believe there are many things that we should talk about, actually, but I'm not as optimistic as the world media concerning those talks yesterday.
Why not? What's worrying you?
Well, actually, there was the meeting produced more theater than substance, in my view. It reassured allies and calmed tensions, but offered no any binding guarantees, no arms deliveries, no any movement towards ceasefire, absolutely nothing in practical terms, in material terms.
Do you think this has all been a bit hasty, perhaps? Do you think, there hasn't been a clear enough or a coherent enough strategy and a collective strategy at that on the part of Washington and Ukraine's other allies?
There was probably clear strategy on behalf of President Trump, who was fully on the side of Vladimir Putin. And in this way, he immediately dropped his first idea of the ceasefire, and he said that peace is, in his opinion, possible without any ceasefire in direct negotiations. He was trying to position himself as an indispensable deal maker, while remaining a rather doubtful channel of negotiations, because actually we see that in all those 3 years he was not able to do absolutely nothing, and he failed in his talks with President Putin, who insisted on his point of view in his position, and he never changed in a single way his position. So Russia remains where it was in 2022. Trump was not able to do absolutely anything. He's trying now to put the whole weight of the decision, of the outcome, on President Zelensky and partially on European allies.
So you're basically saying President Trump hasn't obtained a single concession from the Russians?
Absolutely, this is correct. He has not obtained absolutely anything from Russians. And what he did immediately after they started talking in the White House, he immediately called Putin and reported on everything what was going on, which I think was quite shameful.
And why is it being perceived and framed as such, and you were sort of alluding to this as well, that skipping the ceasefire phase and focusing on the end peace deal is more advantageous to President Putin than it is to the Ukrainians? Could you just talk us through the logic of that?
This is very simple, because you can continue negotiating about peace as long as you want, while not stopping killing people, not stopping attacking Ukraine and harming, having your armies attacking Ukrainian cities. So you can continue in these tactics forever, not stopping it.
Okay, and we did have over here President Trump saying that Russia faces what he called a rough situation if Russia doesn't cooperate with the peace deal. I mean, that sounds like a threat. I don't know what a rough situation might involve. I mean, does it sound like a threat to you? And if so, how does President Putin respond to threats?
That doesn't sound as anything, because Trump tried, or actually he did not try, the world media commentators tried to interpret his words as a threat, as trying to make pressure on President Putin, on Russia, and all that sort of things, while in reality it always ends with absolutely nothing. So Russia will not be facing anything, because Trump does not have any instrument to pressure on Russia. And President Putin absolutely clearly understands that he can continue doing what he wants, and nobody is going to stop him. And this we observed already when there were discussions, when Europe put forward the ultimatum to President Putin that he must immediately stop firing, stop attacking Ukraine, and immediately introduce ceasefire, as Ukraine agreed to the American proposal. What happened? Putin ignored that completely, and absolutely nothing happened, and Europe was facing blank.
I don't know if you're following the Russian media much, but how's all this being covered? What are the commentators saying? Is the line, as far as the newspapers, the editorials, the TV channels is concerned, is the line that President Putin is negotiating in a masterful way and coming out on top here?
I'm following the Russian media very closely, and I've been actually the only thing that I've been doing, I was switching between the Western media and Russian media in the past 24 hours, listening to what everybody was saying. And one of the important things that Putin's assistant Ushakov said, that there's no talk about any possible meeting, any trilateral meeting between Putin, President Trump, and President Zelensky. That's not even discussed. What he said and what Russian media is saying that probably negotiations should raise to a little bit higher level and more important delegations should meet to discuss the situation and all that sort of things. He completely denied any rumors that there were discussions about a possibility of meeting between President Zelensky and Putin.
Okay, so you think all of this discussion of a bilateral meeting being held between President Zelensky and President Putin, which may or may not happen in Switzerland, Turkey, the Middle East, the talk of a trilateral meeting, as you were saying there, do you think all of that is a bit premature? I mean, is this sort of wishful thinking, do you think?
I think it's completely wishful thinking. It's not premature, it's fantasy. There's no possibility that Putin will meet President Zelensky or discuss anything with him. He already stated several times that he considers President Zelensky a legitimate president, and that's not the party he is going to make any discussions. And he's insisting on changing leadership in Ukraine. It is absolutely clear there's not going to be any meeting between Putin and Zelensky, nor any trilateral diplomacy. It's absolutely clear.
But don't you think, I mean, if I were in Mr. Putin's situation, I mean, what I would do if my goals were his goals would be to go along with this peace effort here and then try to bring about a political solution in Ukraine whereby someone who was more pro-Moscow was installed to replace President Zelensky, and then pick up from there when that man or woman was installed, and then start trying to take over Ukraine or more of Ukraine once someone more sympathetic was in Kyiv. I mean, what's wrong with that as a strategy for Mr. Putin?
Putin considers Ukraine as part of his turf, and he considers that Ukraine must be completely taken over by Russia and nothing else interests him. He tried this diplomacy, the one that you described before. He tried that with installing President Yanukovych for a short while, but we know what happened to Yanukovych, and we know the result was Maidan and a complete change of regime in Ukraine. And everybody knows that Putin cannot install any puppet of his, because the Ukrainian people would not tolerate that.
Okay, well, when it comes to tolerating things, I mean, how likely is it that President Putin would tolerate any of the security guarantees that are being discussed at the moment? I mean, the US saying no US boots on the ground, but possibly European boots on the ground, and possibly US air support. Is any of that tolerable for Mr. Putin, do you think?
I don't think there is any realistic security guarantees that exist, and I do not think that neither the United States nor Europe can offer any security guarantees. We remember the situation of the Budapest Memorandum of 1994 very well, and there was the United States, Great Britain, Russia, others who tried to present guarantees, and there were no more guarantees than today. Today, any government, neither the United States nor Europe, can present any security guarantees. So what are you talking about, really?
Okay,
it's
so all right, so security guarantees are fantasy, bilateral talks are a fantasy, trilateral talks are perhaps an even greater fantasy, therefore. I mean, where do you see things heading to, therefore, from here? Have these diplomatic overtures during the last 4 or 5 days made any difference whatsoever?
No, nothing at all, and nothing's going to change. Actually, this is the problem, and this is quite a big problem. I think that every effort and every movement that has been produced so far on the American part, on the European, it's only theater, and we see any material change. Nothing really is being offered. We are talking about arms package, for example, and no realistic arms package. There's no realistic arms package is coming. We talk about trilateral diplomacy, but Putin's participation is highly implausible, and nothing's going to happen. We talk about European unity, but yes, I mean, optically that looks all right. Displays of solidarity are also all right, but without any binding enforcement mechanism. They have any deterrent value. We talk about ceasefire or peace, and it was not even part of the negotiations. Neither ceasefire nor peace, that was not any outcome. if anything, the talks confirm that the parties remain as far apart as they have been for 3 years. That's what we have today.
Okay, so what happens then? How do you see events unfolding in between now and, let's say, the end of the year?
By the end of the year, Putin will continue attacking Ukraine, will continue killing people, bombarding Ukraine, and President Zelensky will continue to do as much as he can, put all his efforts to beg the United States to take any realistic steps to press on Putin, and will ask his European allies to help him in this way. That's what's going to happen until the end of the year. I'm quite sure about it.
Do you see a point at which President Trump starts to feel his pride has been dented and that he's been taken for a ride by President Putin and that he's not going to stand for it? Perhaps he then will lose patience and do something dramatic. Could that be an outcome?
I don't think so. I think that President Trump remains under complete influence of President Putin. We're not talking about his being a KGB agent or he's being recruited. This we dismiss, of course. But he's under the spell of Putin, which is quite clearly the case, and he's not going to do anything against Putin or against Putin. The best way for him would be to drop out and say, okay, it's not my war, as he's saying now, it's Biden's war. So you two remain, and you two, that means Putin and Zelensky, and you must decide how you continue this situation, and I'm getting out of it. That's the only solution which I think he might at one point offer.
Okay, if that happens, obviously it's down to the Ukrainians, obviously, and the Europeans who are concerned about their continent and concerned about what Mr. Putin might have in mind in the next chapter of warfare on the continent. Together, do you think the Ukrainians and the Europeans can handle this on their own? Can they fend off Russian aggression?
That will be very difficult because the European Union is not financially prepared to have as big a burden as the United States had during all those 3 years, especially under President Biden. We were talking about billions and billions of dollars, and the European Union would probably not be able to put up that much money, even trying to buy arms from America or trying to make any sort of diplomatic pressure on Russia. So they're going to face, to my mind, they're going to face a very difficult situation.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you for your analysis. Boris Wolodarski, always a pleasure talking to you. Well, let's get more perspective now. We can speak to Carla Sands, who is a former US ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, Greenland and the Faroe Islands, who served under President Trump. Ambassador Sands, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. I mean, just looking at how things unfolded at the White House on Monday, I mean, a starkly different scene, tone, mood to what we saw in February. How do you think everyone got on?
It seemed like they got on very well, Tom. I mean, it seemed like Vladimir Zelenskyy came to the White House not to fight, but to work with Trump. And you could see a completely different atmosphere. All those leaders from the European, from EU, from Western Europe, were all working together as one with President Trump. What a difference. And what a difference strong leadership from the White House makes. I think they will get a peace deal because they're all working in the same direction. It's not going to be easy, though, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to come back to where we go to from here in just a while, because I want to pick up on some comments our earlier guest from Russia was giving to us. But before that, I mean, just looking more at what was done on Monday, I mean, we heard Zelensky use the words "thank you" 9 times in the first minute of his discussions at the White House. He put on a jacket. Do you think that President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance found him grateful enough this time?
You know, when you go to meet with your banker, you do put on a jacket and you say thank you when you want a loan, right? And that's what it's been. The United States citizens, our taxpayers, have mostly funded this war. We've kept their government going. We've funded them with weapons. We've paid for their pensions and their government salaries. It's been a lot. And I think that it was a good show by Vladimir Zelenskyy, but I do think that the American taxpayers do not want to spend more of their treasure in funding this war, that this will be Europe's responsibility to help defend with boots on the ground and help to, rebuild Ukraine, which has just been devastated by this war.
Yeah, I mean, President Zelenskyy didn't show up on his own, did he? He towed up with a whole team of friends, friendly faces there. And we heard President Trump calling the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni a great leader with a long career ahead. He said he liked the French President Emmanuel Macron even more. Every time he gets to see him, he likes him more, or words to that effect. He complimented the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz on his suntan. The NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte addressed President Trump as Dear Donald and said the president was amazing. I mean, it really sounds like the Europeans were going, full throttle when it comes to flattery. I mean, do you think they all got on well? And did any of them do better than the others, do you think?
Well, I think they were outstanding, as was President Trump. I think this is how the EU and US should work together, with kind words and supporting each other, growing our security cooperation and growing our economies. And I think this is the first step in really rejuvenating these relationships, which have been frayed. It's been very acrimonious between the EU nations, many of them, and the US. There's been strife between the net zero, the controls on the freedom of speech in the West, and a lot of other things, the unbridled immigration and allowing, violent extremists to be in their countries is really unsettling the West. And so if we can work together, our great nations, it's a huge trading bloc and the globe's most important security cooperation, because those nations are part of NATO.
We were just speaking to a former captain in the Russian army who's an analyst on affairs of this kind, and he had a very different take on how things went in Washington. He said that the bilateral talks aren't going to happen. The trilateral talks, he said, were fantasy. He said that Putin had got everything he wanted and given up precisely nothing by way of concessions so far. I mean, what do you make of that? What has President Trump managed to extract from President Putin by way of a concession up until this point?
Well, I think it's not simple. It's a little complicated, but I think that the threat of secondary tariffs on the Russian energy, on India, on China, there are European countries that are using Russian energy, those will really bite into their economies if they go forward. And President Trump is holding them, I would say, not even in his back pocket, but close. So that's the stick. But the carrot is, remember all those Russian businessmen that showed up in Alaska? They want to make Russia great again. They want to have trading relationships with the rest of the world. And they're so heavily sanctioned right now that the rest of the economy, not the wartime economy and not the, selling the energy maybe at submarket prices to China and India, those are all going fine. But the Russian economy is not growing the way it should. So those Russian businessmen pushing from within, and then the pressure from China and India, I think got Vladimir Putin to the table, and I think will get him to a peace deal. It's much better for the Russian economy and security not to be bleeding out in Ukraine. They've already lost 1 million men, and what have they gotten? Less than 20% of Ukraine. So it's not really a great showing. Why don't they build up their economy, rejoin the community of nations, have some better friends, maybe? They understand the threat of China on Russia. I mean, they do not want to become purely a vassal state of China, and that's how it's trending for Russia.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about security guarantees for Ukraine, and we'll come on to those in just a minute. But before we do, I mean, I think the last time we spoke was roughly around the time of the minerals deal being signed. And yet no one's mentioned the minerals deal at all in the last week or two. I haven't heard anyone talk about it, because that was supposed to be Ukraine's security guarantee, and now everyone seems to have forgotten about it. Where do you think it's gone to?
I think it's a sidecar. They want to end the war. So ending the war is the most important thing. The rest of it is like gravy. But getting the war stopped, meaning stopping the killing. And I love that President Trump doesn't want people to die. He's a president of peace. I think he's the first U.S. president since Ronald Reagan that I've really seen that he doesn't want to get into foreign wars. And most Americans who voted for him really love this. We don't want to send our young men and sometimes women to die in war, but we don't want the world to be at war. So he's looking at a new kind of global order, I would say, where it's shared security because of trade and because of prosperity. And Russia rejoining the other trading nations in the region, Europe, the US, will greatly help Russia's economy. Ukraine being able to have a normal economy again. And I don't believe that Ukraine will join the EU. They will certainly not join NATO, not in my lifetime. But Ukraine also rebuilding their country. This is good for the world. And I think we can celebrate today. We should take a moment and just say, look, that meeting with Putin and Trump was on Friday. Yesterday, the world that's involved, the Western world leaders, and Zelensky met with Trump in the White House, in the Oval. It's never happened before in the history of our country that I know of, even during world wars. And then to see the progress that Zelensky and Putin will sit down and talk. It's so exciting. So I think we should enjoy the moment and be hopeful, and then also press our leaders that if you're living in the Western Europe, to support Ukraine and support the peace process and not the continuation of war.
You're sounding a lot more optimistic than my earlier guest from who's a Russian national. But just coming back to, I mean, yes, indeed, I think a lot of people really appreciate the fact that President Trump is saying he just wants the killing to stop. But that being a premise for my next question, I mean, he seems to have allowed the idea of a ceasefire to fall by the wayside, skip that phase and catapult directly onto the next phase, which would be a peace deal. And yet, in the meantime, a lot more lives are going to be lost because the fighting will continue in the absence of a ceasefire. Why do you think the ceasefire is no longer considered to be an important step towards achieving peace?
Well, you know, it's a great question, Tom. And even yesterday, I heard Merce speak up and talk about, we want to get to a ceasefire. I think President Trump went to ceasefire as the first step because the European allies were saying ceasefire. But Vladimir Putin said, no, I actually want to get to a peace deal. And I think that is a much more productive, ending is a peace deal, negotiated peace. Neither side is going to get everything they want. It's going to be really hard on Zelensky to give up maybe some of the Donbass region. It would be hard for him politically. But the fact is, nobody's going to be happy when they come away from the table on this peace deal. No one's going to get everything they want, just as it is when you're doing a business deal, right? It's hard to do a big deal. And President Trump, having come from the real estate world in New York, where deals are hard, he understands this. You grind it out, sure, and it may take a few passes.
Yeah, but I mean, this is different from a business deal. I mean, human lives are being lost. And while the mechanics of a peace deal are being established, which could take several months, even by conservative estimates, I mean, many, many more lives are going to be lost. Why doesn't President Trump insist on the ceasefire? He was calling for one last week. Then on Friday, he meets President Putin in Alaska, and suddenly he allows that one to go. And critics and skeptics are saying that suits President Putin very nicely. He'll just carry on with the war, and his diplomats will keep talking. But his soldiers are going to keep fighting Ukrainian soldiers, and lives are going to keep being lost. I mean, what do you make of that equation?
Tom, you're right. I mean, it's tragic that thousands more young men will die because the war is continuing to grind on. I hope that Putin is genuine in his, saying that he wants to get to a peace deal. I'm cautiously optimistic that it's true. If it's not, Russia and its trading partners like India and China and others are going to get hit with the mother of all sanctions and tariffs that's going to be very disruptive for their economies. So my suspicion is that there's so much pressure on him from outside, and then the business people that really do want to have a good economy, a wholesome economy in Russia, not a wartime economy, that's the pressure also will make this achievable.
Supposing my earlier guest, the highly pessimistic guest we had from Russia, is right, and that President Putin is playing President Trump along, playing for time, How does President Trump react to that? I mean, you know how President Trump thinks. How's he likely to respond to a scenario in which he realizes the coin drops? My guest was right. He's been taken for a ride. How does he respond to a situation like that?
Well, first of all, we're going to know within a few weeks because they're proposing that within 2 weeks, this Zelenskyy-Putin meeting happens, and that's the bilat. And then there's supposed to be a trilat with Trump. And it could be that those are both on the same day. I'm not sure about that. But how President Trump will play this is exactly in real time, the outcome. If Putin is sincere, things are going to go well for everyone involved. If Putin is not sincere, like I said, it's going to be tariffs and sanctions that are going to be devastating to the trading partners of Russia and Russia itself. And there are many more sanctions that can be done. It's been, I would say, kind of gentle so far as, how far they could go. And so Putin showed up in Alaska. That was a huge victory. No world leader had met with Putin to try to end this war since it began back in early 2022. That alone is a phenomenal success, huge. And let's just be positive about the next steps, because then the other side came within days. Within 3 days, the other side was sitting down. The momentum is with the side of peace. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I just guess this is my last question. I mean, I was really getting at the point that, beyond sanctions, could we see President Trump in a situation where he really loses his patience, presses a military button? Because we've been talking about security guarantees today. We've been hearing a lot about what they might mean. President Trump touting the idea of air support, but no boots on the ground. So he's obviously got some military ideas in his mind as to how the United States could be involved later on down the line. I mean, do you see President Trump potentially saying, right, the gloves are off, we're coming in a major way and getting militarily involved?
Yeah, Tom, President Trump, I think, is trying to stop World War III. And if there was a military attack by the United States, I hate to even say those words, on Russia, I think that because we're both the two largest nuclear nations in the world, there is a mutual destruction involved. And so President Trump is working to stop World War III, not start World War III. That is the goal.
Okay, and just to conclude, Ambassador Sands, are we closer to peace today, Tuesday, than we were a week ago?
100%. And I think we can all be very, very grateful for President Trump's strong peace through strength leadership. We would not be where we are today without him and his very strong diplomacy. And so as he has stopped just half a dozen wars, including the most recent one between Armenia and Azerbaijan, we're looking at a different world, and he's looking at the world and saying, how can we end killing? How can we have peace and prosperity throughout the world? It's phenomenal to have a strong leader in the White House that says these things. And let's see, there are so many more things that are good that can come from this kind of mindset. So I hope that the world leaders around the world, including in Western Europe, continue to work with President Trump to grow their economies, to grow our security cooperation, and to have a safer, better world for every citizen.
Ambassador Carla Sands, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Well, our final voice in today's programme is Dr. Stephanie Babst, former Deputy Assistant Secretary-General of NATO, who joins us from Germany. Dr. Babst, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure talking to you. I'd like to ask you what I asked our guest just a moment ago, Ambassador Carla Sands of the United States. Are we closer now to a state of peace between Russia and Ukraine than we were, say, a week ago?
Well, for sure, there is a lot of strategic messaging ongoing, a lot of posturing, a lot of talk about the likelihood that we enter a phase towards peace. But if I look at the grand picture, the bigger picture, I am not really convinced that we have made very decisive steps. President Putin is still on the warpath. He still believes in victory. He continues to send missiles and drones to Ukraine. He continues to send his own soldiers into the trenches, and there are absolutely no indications that he is going to reconsider his course of action. And then there is President Trump, who is still very eager to initiate a broader reset with Moscow. That is still his strategic objective, I think, especially to look for economic cooperation, strategic assets, resources in Ukraine. So, yeah, I mean, despite all his waffling about peace, I can't really see that he is prepared to really confront Russia. By contrast, I mean, we've seen last week that he actually has installed sides with President Putin on a number of issues. And the Europeans, on their part, well, I mean, they are where they have been some 3.5 years ago. They can't possibly think of doing one thing without President Trump, without the United States. They're still not prepared to really go on their own. And we've seen the lineup of European leaders in the headmaster's office yesterday. So I must admit, no, I'm not really convinced that we are really an inch closer to peace.
OK, you've made a lot of important points there, Dr. Babs. I mean, but let me just challenge you on the notion that isn't it better that President Trump and President Putin have some sort of dialogue, that they are meeting, that some misunderstandings can be discussed or averted? And just to pick up on Ambassador Sands a minute ago, I mean, she talked about very strong diplomacy by Donald Trump, peace through strength, and preventing World War III from breaking out. Isn't there some merit to the dialogue argument as opposed to the no contact argument that perhaps other people would think would be a better course of action?
I think the key strategic issue that we all struggle with, including President Trump, including our European leaders, is how do you go about a ruthless aggressor, somebody who blackmails you with nuclear weapons, somebody who is really adamant to terrorize people in another country, somebody who is really adamant to change the security balance of power. How do you go about him? And I must admit, I have lost any hope. I mean, that both on the United States side nor on the European side, there is any resolve, any stamina to really push back, I mean, to contain, to hold President Putin accountable, to help Ukraine win against the Russian troops. So we have left, unfortunately, this behind because there is, as I said, there is no political will. So now there is talk about, how can we accommodate President Putin? How can we, facilitate dialogue? Of course, it's important that Ukrainians talk to their Russian counterparts when it comes to exchanging prisoners as such. But the broader strategic issue, which is still unanswered and unresolved, in my humble view, can only be answered by pushing Russia back. But again, there is no political will for that.
I mean, you were making a point in your first answer about the Europeans who show up in the headmaster's office and falling into line and flattering the president and everything else. I mean, you also said something along the lines of them not going it alone. What did you mean by that? Do you think perhaps the United States should be, left out of this, and the Europeans and the Ukrainians should get together and say, right, this is our problem, we're going to tackle it together? Because, I mean, frankly, the Americans might welcome that kind of an outcome.
Well, at the end of the day, it's our problem. It's a European issue. It is President Putin waging war, hybrid war, against us, against my country, against, other European countries. It's primarily our problem. And that's why I think we've had, in the past 3.5 years, ample time to really help Ukraine win and push back. We didn't do so. We were too cautious and too cowardish, and there was not really a sense of that you can actually confront Russia robustly. So I have been arguing, and I continue doing so, that we Europeans, including obviously some other like-minded democracies, we are not completely powerless. I mean, we are the largest or the third largest economic bloc. I mean, we have 450 million people. We have 2 nuclear powers amongst our ranks. We have 1.9 million soldiers. Why do we make ourselves so small? We keep on, talking about resuming more responsibility for our own defense. But when it comes to the crux, when it comes really to making decisive moves, we all hide. I mean, our leaders, not we collectively, but our leaders hide behind the United States. And the classical example of that is, the issue about security guarantees. This is on the table for at least a year. The coalition of the willing members have been discussing that back and forth in endless rounds of negotiations and discussions. So where is the European answer to providing security guarantees? So everyone seems to be yesterday completely relieved when President Trump said, well, you Europeans, you go first, you are on the first line of respondents, and then we'll help you. But he remained completely vague, and now he's saying that there will be absolutely no U.S. boots on the grounds, which is absolutely no surprise because it was obvious that he won't send them.
Right, but in one sense, you're sounding a bit like President Trump in criticizing the European leaders for being, for lack of a better word, ineffectual when it comes to crafting a solution and finding a way out of this this quagmire. I mean, it does sound like you and him would agree on this one.
Well, I don't think there's a lot we've agreed on. But yes, I do agree that Europeans have really failed in the past decades to live up to their promises, to spend more on defense, to become, autonomous, to invest into their own strategic interests and to really pursue them wherever possible. Of course, I mean, we could do this jointly with the United States, but we should not make ourselves so reliant, so dependent on them. And simply hope that by buying U.S. weapons and let President Trump then start digging out Ukrainian rare earths and minerals and other valuable strategic resources, and we just provide what? We provide the cover for it. Is this the plan? I'm just putting this a bit provocatively, but I think this is not a strategy. We would need to be clear about what is it that we want to do with Russia. And if the answer is everybody is happy to kind of like coexist with this regime, and everybody is happy to kind of like look for potential future economic opportunities, the first voices of that are already pretty vocal in my country. I mean, then I can only say, okay, then that's your call. But I don't find this in any way convincing.
Okay. I mean, just the presence of those European leaders at the White House yesterday, I mean, how valuable was it? And just to defend one of the leaders, your leader, in fact, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, he did push back a bit on the issue of the ceasefire, because he seemed to remind President Trump that this is an important step towards peace and not to overlook it. So there was a bit of pushback from him, but overall, how valuable was it that they all showed up to keep President Zelensky company?
From a psychological and again strategic messaging point of view, I thought it was very good that the Europeans accompanied President Zelensky to this meeting, because we all recall how the first meeting evolved, and that wasn't really very nice for President Zelensky and not very helpful. So, yeah, I mean, the orchestration of here we are, a bunch of Europeans lined up in front of President Trump, happy that they were able to make points. By the way, points like the ceasefire, who have been out there on the tables of discussions for months. Okay, yeah, if you think this is a wonderful deliverable, and obviously President Trump seemed to be kind of like open to it, but how reliable is that? How much can we trust that it really sank into him? And how much is it that we can really trust his overall course of action? And I have my strongest doubts, as I've had them ever since he called President Putin in February 16th.
So you think in an ideal world, President Trump wouldn't have picked up the telephone in February. He wouldn't have met President Putin, rather, in Alaska either. You think President Trump is misguided in engaging. Is that roughly what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that he is pursuing a strategic objective, an objective that he has set for himself, that his MAGA acolytes have set for themselves, which is, obviously the policy of Washington, which is to build the broader, space, build the conditions for a reset between the United States and Russia. And the reset is primarily focused on economic collaboration. It's focused on collaboration on tech issues. It's focused on collaboration in the field of energy and other strategic relevant resources and minerals. This is what the two leaders have in mind. And they already scribbled that down on a piece of paper in February, and have been working on that for the past 6 months. So I think that drives President Putin, and not so much his love, as he put it, for people both in Ukraine and in Russia or elsewhere.
I just want to challenge one of the commonly held opinions, which is that President Putin, after Ukraine, if he sees Ukraine wasn't so difficult after all, will then turn his attention to other European countries and think of further territorial expansion. But that argument, which we hear quite a lot, it's quite a simplistic argument, because it's been getting on 3 years that Russia invaded Ukraine, and it hasn't been easy. He's managed in 3 years to occupy, we think, 20% of Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of lives have been lost on both sides. We don't know the exact number. But it hasn't been that easy. Don't you think an exercise like this, if nothing else, has shown President Putin, don't try this again? What do you make of that?
Well, I've been working on Russia issues for the past 25 years, so I've been following President Putin's course of action quite closely. And I think he is really an opportunist in the sense that he'll always looks for opportunities, and he looks for opportunities to advance his own strategic goals and objectives. So if he finds the other side being too weak, if he finds holes, if he finds opportunities, he is the first one who tries to take advantage of these, weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And that's why he has also been so successful in launching a hybrid war on us. Again, this is nothing, which can't be and should be sidelined, because I think this is really quite big, what he does in terms of influencing elections and disinformation campaigns and big time cyber attacks and jamming and, the shadow fleet and all that. So, of course, he will continue testing us. Whether he will, as you have suggested, go in militarily, conventionally, another big style, I don't think that his calculus is that he must be, because, we have been, in his view, we have not really been a very challenging opponent, because we keep on paddling back and we keep on telling him that we are not prepared to confront him robustly.
Okay, so you think he will continue to seek out opportunities and perhaps to prize open any gaps that he sees. I mean, overall, just to wrap up our conversation, Dr. Babs, how concerned are you about the overall security of the European continent?
Clearly, my first and foremost focus is Ukraine, because I think the Ukrainians have really suffered unproportionally, big time, and I fear they will continue to suffer quite a bit. But then again, I must admit I'm slightly optimistic if I look at the unprecedented level of their resilience, their courage, their smartness to really, really push back. So I think they will continue doing this regardless of what we decide here. At least part of civil society in Ukraine seems to be prepared to do so. But if I look at my country, if I look at, discussions in other countries, I'm quite worried that, we completely lack as societies. We lack the type of resilience and the type of resolve and stamina to really, acknowledge reality, because I think the broader public opinion is still of the view that peace, whatever this means in Ukraine at some point, it could be and should be achieved, and then we could all go back into the sleep wagon. And I hope this will not be the case, because we really have a deadly serious adversary in front of us. And then I haven't even mentioned another big one, which is China, which perhaps could be the course of another conversation at a different stage.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to talking to you about China at another stage, as you suggested, and to continuing this conversation. Thank you very much, though, meanwhile. Dr. Stephanie Babs, a real pleasure talking to you. Well, that is it for this edition of Global News today. Lots of opinions there on diplomacy and where things go to from here with regards to the path to peace for Ukraine. Please do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the Metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the Metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Detroit. Detroit is the most populous city in the U.S. state of Michigan. Its metropolitan area is known as Metro Detroit. It is home to 4.3 million, making it the 14th most populous metropolitan area in the U.S. The city of Detroit was founded in July 24, 1701 by French explorer and adventurer Antoine de la Motte Cadillac. It is due to the expansion of the automobile industry that the Detroit area emerged as an important city in the States in the early 20th century. Detroit has a 300-plus year history and a slate of innovations. As a result, the city has a lot to offer. For one, Detroit is often associated to the inimitable Henry Ford, whose breakthroughs helped give rise to the city's automobile industry. Ford's wealth, interests, and talents are showcased in the Henry Ford. It is a large complex of museums, living history sites, factory tours, and archives. These places will provide you a detailed look into Detroit's past, as well as the family and lifestyle of Henry Ford. Museums in Detroit are top-rated attractions as well. There's the Detroit Institute of Arts and Cranbrook Art Museum. Both of these places regale visitors with amazing works, contemporary or otherwise. Then, there's the GM Next showroom, which are all about cars. You'll find all car types here, vintage, new, and planned. The place pays tribute to the hometown industry, plus it has an IMAX theater where you'll find a mix of technology, documentary, all housed within the complex. For some fun gaming and entertainment, Detroit has a series of casinos that welcome the brave souls who want to try their luck out. For dining destinations, Detroit has the best restaurants spread around the metro. Find comfort food and cheap eats in its college town. The Birmingham and West Bloomfield neighborhoods also give you a new string of restaurants to choose from. Nearby are places that specialize in Middle Eastern cuisine. Detroit has restaurants for fine dining too. Indeed, the city has a little something for everyone. Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the most populous of NYC's 5 boroughs. It is geographically adjacent to the borough of Queens at the southwestern end of Long Island. Brooklyn has a land area of 71 square miles or 180 kilometers. Its water area is about 26 square miles or 67 square kilometers. The official motto of Brooklyn is displayed on its seal and flag. Its motto says, Indrik maakt macht, which means unity makes strength in early modern Dutch. The borough remains home to many diverse communities. These range from Russian enclaves in Brighton Beach and Polish residents in Greenpoint. The arty punks of Bushwick and the bugaboo-pushing moms of Windsor Terrace are also part of their multicultural communities. Brooklyn is also where you'll find the world-renowned Brooklyn Academy of Music, the Brooklyn Philharmonic, and the second-largest public art collection in the United States, and the Brooklyn Museum. Opened way back in 1897, Brooklyn is NYC's second-largest public art museum. Its permanent collection has more than 1.5 million objects that include ancient Egyptian masterpieces as well as contemporary arts. Brooklyn also opened the world's first museum dedicated to children in December 1899, called the Brooklyn Children's Museum. It has a permanent collection of over 30,000 cultural objects and natural history specimens. Also part of the top popular attractions in the city is the Brooklyn Academy of Music, or BAM. It has a 2,109-seat opera house, an 874-seat theater, and the art house BAM Rose Cinemas. On the other side of downtown Brooklyn, in the Dumbo Arts District, is where you'll find Barge Music and St. Anne's Warehouse. There's also the Brooklyn Technical High School, which has the second-largest auditorium in NYC, with its remarkable seating capacity of over 3,000. Kuala Lumpur. Malaysia's capital city, Kuala Lumpur is the 6th most visited city in the world. Known for its cultural diversity, combinations of colonial and modern architecture, lively marketplaces, and several shopping destinations. Kuala Lumpur is home to the iconic Petronas Twin Towers, the tallest twin buildings in the world and one of the city's most famous landmarks. The Twin Towers stand at about 452 meters tall. It was designed by Argentine architect Cesar Pelli, who followed a postmodern style so that the towers would be the city's 21st century icon. Surrounding the Petronas Twin Towers is the KLCC Park, which was built to provide green scenes around the Petronas. KLCC Park is open to everyone and visitors can jog, take the children out to play, or just simply relax and enjoy the greenery contrasting Kuala Lumpur's cityscape. If you're fond of shopping, Kuala Lumpur is the place for you. The Central Market is a shopping area for local products and souvenirs. It sells colorful batiks, the traditional dressing of ethnic Malay Malaysians. The Central Market also sells saris and cheongsams because of Malaysia's diverse ethnicities. You can also find products inspired from Buddhism and Hinduism. Other Malay craftworks can also be found in the Central Market, such as daggers and wood carvings. Bukit Bintang is also a place to go because it is one of Kuala Lumpur's major shopping districts. The area is one of the most popular retail belts that comprises of many shopping centers, cafes, bars, night markets, and places to eat. Bukit Bintang is famous to both tourists and locals, especially to young people. Night times are enjoyable in Kuala Lumpur because the city is still bright and alive. There are night markets you can visit, such as Petaling Street, which is only a few minutes away from the Central Market. Petaling Street is Kuala Lumpur's version of Chinatown. Here you can find different Chinese food, delicacies, and herbs. It is also where you can buy cheaper versions of Asia's latest fashion. Other places nearby Petaling Street are the Jamek Mosque, an old mosque of Moorish architecture, Sri Mahamariaman Temple, and Pasar Seni LRT Station. Memphis. The city that is the birthplace of rock and roll, visit Memphis. Memphis is the city located in the southwestern corner of the state of Tennessee, overlooking the Mississippi River. It is in fact the state's most populous city with its 1.3 million inhabitants. Historically, Memphis has served as the commercial center and social center, connecting regions in western Tennessee, the Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas. The city is also known as one of the top producers of cotton for the United States. They don't call the city the birthplace of blues and rock and roll for nothing. It is said that blues pioneer W.C. put down the first rhythm blues in paper here. Elvis Presley also recorded his first song in Memphis and considered the city his home. Memphis also has one of the biggest guitar factories in the U.S., Gibson's Beale Factory. So what to do in Memphis? Well, for the rock and roll music fan, this is where you'll find anything and everything about the king, Elvis Presley. It's a must to go on a pilgrimage to Graceland, Elvis's mansion and home. You can also visit the legendary Sun Studio, the place where Elvis did his first recording. Tours are done regularly, so be sure to watch out for that if you're in town. For a taste of pre-Civil War society, visit the Hunt Phelan Mansion. You can also check out Overton Park, the city's oasis, which is host to many picnics and outdoor plays. It's also the place where you can find the Memphis Zoo, the Memphis College of Art, and the Brooks Museum of Art. The nightlife scene is very alive in Memphis as you walk down Beale Street's bevy of bars featuring the best in live music. One of the most popular ones is B.B. King's, where the late great B.B. King himself performed regularly. Don't forget to catch the sunset over the Mississippi before you hit the bars and clubs. Now for food. Did you know that aside from music, Memphis is also popular for its amazing and delectable barbecue and Southern comfort food traditions? Look for food stops scattered around the city featuring barbecue, pulled pork, steaks, Southern fried chicken, and even seafood. Don't forget to visit the next time you're in town. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Talking about iconic locations, I know the film was shot in Abu Dhabi and also in Wadi Rum in Jordan. Where did you get to go and what did you think?
We were in Wadi Rum together in Aqaba. It was just, you're pinching yourself too. Most importantly for the acting, it helps a lot that your environment is informing it.
Which we were very much
We were in it.
in it.
We were like getting the sand
There's no
off.
light. He used natural light.
Yeah, you're right. There was no, I don't think we shot one thing in Jordan that had any sort of artificial light. So that was it was thrilling. And then
Immersive.
it was immersive. And then Abu Dhabi was incredible too because I just never been to a part of the world that's so hot consistently. And you leave your hotel room at 3 a.m. and it's 110 degrees.
Right.
How much are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. And yeah, like I said, it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level.
I think animation is pretty cool as well because it's very freeing. You're not self-conscious of the acting, you're just conscious of the voice acting. It's difficult, but it's also freeing. I find it freeing. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's weird because I did a lot of it. I was pretty much by myself, I'm I was in a room in my home and everything was kind of virtual. So I didn't get to kind of see everybody in person and have that interaction that you would normally get. And there's always that awkward version where they have to do all the sounds, right? All the sounds that she makes. So it's if she's screaming because she just, did some crazy whatever, it's me alone in a room, just by myself, just going, which, although feels super awkward at first, then probably later is I think I needed that,
Ew, Dad.
Ooh, Mama like.
Who's making this stuff?
Not me!
Whoa!
Shrek 5.
Новое тело должно умереть так же, как и старое.
Was it a little bit more daunting to do the follow-up to Talk to Me just because of the runaway success of the first one, and there's just a little bit more responsibility when it's successful before?
Yeah, 100%. It was way more stressful, way more pressure. We still feel that pressure because the movie hasn't come out
It hasn't come out yet. And the biggest pressure is letting either A24 or Sally Hawkins down, because they both trusted us so much, and we feel like very inferior to them.
It's that thing is, no one expected anything from Talk to Me. So now that, you have this pre-established, these eyes on you and this expectations, it gives it way more pressure.
This is their new sister and brother, Oliver. Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could keep in special care.
We're on set. Do you scare the actors? Do you scare yourself? Is there an atmosphere where, it's inherent to the film? What is the atmosphere like on set? Is it funny and goofy, or is it scary?
It's never scary, and it's mostly a fun time, but there's times when there's serious scenes happening in terms of conversations between people, and you need to let the actors have that space, and you can't be jumping around when they're trying to hit beats emotionally. But as soon as those scenes are done and we know we've got it, we do a joke take at the end of it to pull everybody out of that, that wallowing misery.
I love wallowing misery. That should be the title of the third one.
Yeah. I'd watch it.
Like exactly the tone we want to have.
Listen, I gotta tell you a secret. It's like a little angel. It's a beautiful angel.
I do believe that even, in the horror genre, even in the most, fantasy elements of the horror genre, there's always like the human elements. And for that, how important is it to find the right actors for those types of roles? Because they need to render that kind of emotion.
You just need to find people that are right. And like for the younger actors, from their audition tapes, when you see them, that they're that character. It hits straight away. And then there's performers like Sally Hawkins. You can just picture them embodying anything. And like once I start getting obsessed with an actor, or like looking at their filmography, I can't let the idea go of casting them. And the same with Miranda Otto with our last film, and more so with this film with Sally.
It does beautiful things. Listen. Listen. Listen.
Obviously, your way of doing horror is very specific to you. How important is the emotion to you when you're filming?
It's part of making the characters human, and for you to care. If you care about the characters, once you get to the horror, it'll hit that much harder if you're connecting with the characters in some way. And we wanted to show, Laura is a broken human being. She's lost her sanity, but ultimately it's from love. She's lost her mind. Yeah, we want you to kind of connect with characters even if you don't agree with what they're doing.
Some people believe the spirit stays in the body for months after death. It's working! We can bring her back.
Please state your name.
Rodman Grace, and I'm not an astronaut.
Is it better to be in an iconic film or have an iconic role?
I think film. It's always better to be in a good movie.
Rise and shine. Bat an eyelash.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump.
Yeah.
I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film. you know, it allowed us to push the envelope every day, and we were constantly improvising, and it was fueled with energy, this whole experience.
Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it! Viva la revolution!
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Whew! It is very good to be back.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it?
You think it's a little bit the same for illusionists as actors? You know, you're kind of born with the talent of being an actor. It feels inherent to you.
I was a very slow learner, and I don't think my talent as an actor was inherent to anyone but somewhere inside me, you know?
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think you do know.
Together. People are afraid of people who know their worth and power because they want to control us. And if they can't, and if they know that we have a sense of self and that we know, have an awareness, and also that we have love and empathy and friendship and strength.
Yeah. They try
It's
to take
scary.
it out. It's scary.
Yeah, they get scared.
Because the more we know ourselves, the more powerful we become.
Jessica Chastain!
What will you remember most about the experience of Interstellar?
What will I remember most? Well, it's incredible to be in a film that it forces you to use your brain and your heart. And the visuals are so incredible. I just can't wait for people to see them. There's a water sequence that just makes you hold your breath. It's so exciting and visually stunning.
Make it count.
Where's the mountains?
It's a movie about several points of views on grief, not only her or his, it's how the family is dealing with it. Does it make it like a big ensemble, like everybody being together?
Oh, yes. Those are my favorite kind of movies as an ensemble. And what I love so much about the film is, I think of all the female voices we have in it. We have Viola Davis, we have Isabelle Huppert, Jess Weixler, like these incredible actresses. And I just got to be in scenes and watch them. It was amazing because every day I showed up for work, it was with another pro, another great who really taught me a lot. And yeah, everything seems so limitless.
It still is. You're the story of my life story.
Did celebrity change your life? Because obviously you've been a film actress for such a long time. You've been an actor for such a long time. How did celebrity change it? I mean, obviously more attention on you, but for you personally?
To be honest, I know this is going to sound crazy. My life hasn't changed so much. The beautiful thing is now I have a lot of options for films, which is really exciting to me because I'm an actress, because I love films and I love directors and writers and all that.
Those men that attacked you, they work for dangerous people.
They're going to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
Paul, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you, big fan. And congratulations on this. I mean, the character has legacy. You know, he is the son of an important character in the TV series. Tell us more.
I love the original movies, and I love that sense of humor where you can be silly, where you can surprise people, and have jokes come from out of nowhere. I mean, that's such a fun way to operate. And we haven't really seen it in a long time, so this was a really cool experiment to try to bring that back.
Absolutely. It does feel like we all need to laugh these days.
Yeah.
But the tone has to be right, especially for these slapstick films. The tone has to be the right recipe, the right dosage, doesn't it?
It's a very specific type of humor. I was telling somebody, you know, if comedy was rock and roll or something, it's like, this movie is reggae. Like, it's a very specific thing. Thankfully, we have the brilliant Akiva Schaffer directing the movie, and everyone from the editor to the studio to the cast. I felt like everyone understood the assignment and we were all making the same movie, you know?
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
I just spoke to Akiva, and he said that he wanted the most serious actors to come in and have like this very, film noir kind of atmosphere and then make it slapstick. Was that a fun exercise?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that too when I saw the cast that was being assembled, and I thought, wow, Danny Houston, Kevin Durant, like these are, in my opinion, these are like actors, CCH Pounder, like these are people that you believe what they're doing. So that is really smart to try to cast dramatically adept people, because then the comedy is more out of left field.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
How did it feel, all of you guys, on set? I mean, obviously, with that kind of humor, there must have been a very light, feel.
It was a light feel. It was also, it could be heavy at times because I think we all felt the pressure of trying to make it right, trying to make it good. And that can be its own burdensome thing. But any day on a comedy, to me, is easier and more fun than a drama. Dramas can be very taxing and annoying and heavy on people, depending what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, especially the ones you were involved in. I mean, they were heavy and taxing.
Right, yeah. Blackburn, Richard Jewell were
for the viewers as well, not only for you as an acting exercise.
Sorry about that, yeah.
No, they were quite the opposite.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this one immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It's a skill to be able to master, comedy and drama. That's what acting is all about. So how much do you enjoy being able to stretch it in all sorts of ways?
Yeah, that was always my dream. My dream was to do what I saw like Robin Williams and Jim Carrey do. Even a guy like Philip Seymour Hoffman or John C. Reilly. They get to play in all the different worlds, and selfishly, that's what I always wanted to do. So when I get to do a dark drama for TV and then do a superhero movie or a brilliant comedy that's the dream. I want to keep doing that however long I can.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Finally, what are you most looking forward for new fans to discover about the Naked Gun series?
More than anything, I really look forward to them seeing how funny Liam and Pam Anderson are. I think their chemistry is dynamite. I believe their relationship, but I love the crazy broad comedy. And it just feels like it's something that I hope happens again. I hope there's a sequel or two, and I hope we get to see Liam and Pam again.
I do too.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet. Pretty smooth.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
That's the sound of the police!
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you. You are the duet we never knew we needed. So how did it feel to the both of you when you realized that there was that type of chemistry?
It was a lovely wake-up call for me. Not that I went into this thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'll do this, I'll do that. But it's just, I'd never met Pamela before. I'd done 4 movies now with Danny Houston. Some of the crew I'd worked with before. But meeting Pamela was just, it was wonderful. I could tell we had a chemistry that was been nurtured, and it was like, I didn't want to analyze it or anything. It was just, oh, this is going to work.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
It's important that it worked because of the tone that is needed for those types of films. I mean, it's slapstick comedy, but you have to find the right dosage in a duet.
I think that the tenderness in the relationship, the sensitivity, the groundedness of the characters, I think, is a nice base, and then everything happens. But it's nice to see true chemistry, I think, that helps. And to play it real.
Yeah, play it real. Yeah.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this one immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police prisoners.
It has all the premise of a very serious crime movie, and then it's the slapstick. How much fun is it to kind of turn it around like that?
Well, the script, the original script, was good, you know. Seth MacFarlane, Akiva Schaffer, his co-writers, from this world of comedy, television movies, you know. So we were in safe hands, you know. But yeah, it was important to have a through line of a story, you know. And especially in this day and age, these billionaires that are changing the world as we speak, or trying to. And Danny Houston's character is that mega rich guy who wants to change the world. You know? So I think the storyline itself has a resonance that we could all see as an audience members, you know, say, oh, yeah, kind of recognize this guy.
Who are you?
Drebin, Detective Frank Drebin. Thanks.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Even though we haven't seen a Naked God film in nearly 30 years, it's very present. I mean, people know about it. What do you think makes it so enduring, those types of films?
I think it's just laugh after laugh, belly laugh. You know, there's comedies and then there's these, you know, high comedies that are just so entertaining. Laughter is good medicine.
Yeah, it is.
We need it.
Especially these days.
Yeah.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect! Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
How much is LA a character in those types of films? Because of the homage to the, you know, film noir. Again, although it's comedy, there's a lot of tributes to a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And we shot it in Atlanta, Georgia, you know. And we did... What then?
You did a little bit.
Yeah, we did a little bit in Los Angeles. Yeah, and it touches on noir, you know.
Yes.
There's a little homage to that type of film, you know. I thought Akiva did a wonderful job, you know, really.
No, he did. It's very pleasant to watch.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
Finally, what makes Leslie Nielsen the actor he was?
Well, he was a tremendous actor in so many movies, usually as a heavy and a very serious police inspector, whatever, you know. But when he was on that airplane, you know, unforgettable line, you know, don't call me Shirley. This is straight face. It changed his life, his professional life.
I just love those films, and I'm not really familiar with Leslie Nielsen's earlier work, but I knew he came from a dramatic background, which sounds familiar. It's nice to surprise people.
Yeah, and do a lot of things. That's what the acting exercise is all about.
Yeah, and sort of make fun of yourself too, you know, in the process. Nobody messes with Police Squad.
Welcome to the Metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Naples. Naples, or New City. It is the capital of Campania, an Italian region, and also the third largest municipality in Italy. The city has a population of about 4 million or more, one of the largest metropolises on the Mediterranean Sea. It's the 9th most populous urban area in the European Union. Naples is also one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. Now, what's there to do and see in Naples? First up is to try its great pizzas. It's a must in Naples. The city, after all, is the birthplace of pizza, and the locals take their signature dish very seriously, crafting every pie with love and care and expertise. Make sure you go to a pizzeria that's serving pizza vera napoletana, true Neapolitan pizza, to make your trip to the city worthwhile. After stuffing yourself with pizza, it's time to wander around the city. The historic center is a great way to see the city. Go about it without a plan. The Storico Antico is most recommended, as it is both ancient and modern. It's got a mix of old hills and buildings, and shops and apartments that have been there for centuries. Next up is Italy's 2 most popular sites for tourists, the ruins of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Take the time to look into ancient Roman life. Of the two, Pompeii is the more famous archaeological site, while Herculaneum can appear to be the more interesting one due to its smaller size and because it houses more artifacts. After touring, it's time to eat again. Aside from pizza, there's sfogliatelle. Naples' signature sweet pastry is to die for as well. It is layers of flaky pastry dough on the outside, and when you bite into it, you'll taste the dense filling of sweetened ricotta cheese, heavy and indulgent. You may come across 2 varieties called Briccia and Froglia. The former has a flaky exterior and is more difficult to make. The latter has a smooth outer crust and just as great tasting. These are often eaten by the locals for breakfast, but to some, it might be as good as a dessert. Petra. Feast your eyes on amazing sights in Petra, Jordan. The city offers breathtaking views and scenery that you wouldn't have ever imagined. See the city through horseback riding. You can take a shortcut from the entrance to the Seek. It is considered the canyon entrance to the city. Petra is known by many names, like Nabateans as Rakhmu, named by the Arab Nabateans who founded the city capital from way back in 312 BC. Petra is also known as the Rose City because of the light reddish hue of the rocks upon which the city is built on. The city itself can be considered as an archaeological city. Just look at its marvelous rock carving architecture and its elaborate water conduit system. If Petra seems straight out of a movie set, then you have probably seen it before, as there have been a number of feature films shot on location in this unique gem of a city. Think of any movie featuring ancient temples set in a desert landscape, and they probably shot that in Petra. There's amazing treasury to be viewed in Petra. There's just so much history to experience here. For instance, the small bumps and outcrops in the rock in the Seek are suddenly transformed into carvings of camels and the remains of elaborate archways. There's also the Petra Archaeological Park that's worth touring. You can also meet the Bedouin men on camels, horses, or donkeys that may take you on a tour around the city. They can bring you to places where the women will be selling souvenirs for your take-home. There are handicrafts and jewelry, as well as postcards and stones. The residents at Petra are also good in the English language, so it'll be easier for you to shop and bargain. You can also visit a spring monastery. The Petra Monastery has over 800 steps. You can climb it yourself or ride a donkey going up. The trip is worth it. You'll see how grand and big the monastery is. The large cave, the colors of the stones, all breathtakingly incredible. At night, the city is amazing too. Go to Petra after sunset and walk through the Seek lined with candles. It gives the entire canyon an eerie but attractive glow. It's also where you can sit and listen to traditional Bedouin music and stories of Bedouin legend. Denver, a megacity with urban landscapes surrounded by the great outdoors. Welcome to Denver. Denver is capital city of the state of Colorado. It is also considered as its most populous city. Denver is known as a mile-high city because its elevation is exactly a mile high from the sea level. It is located in the plains near the foot of the American Rocky Mountains. Because of this, you can expect good weather in Denver all year round. There's a popular saying that Denver receives 300 days of sunshine every year. But don't be fooled. The high altitude of Denver makes sure that the temperatures remain at a cool range, but at the same time, the air is quite thinner when you are way up there. This means cleaner, fresher air, but at the same time, lower humidity, so always keep yourself hydrated when in Denver. Denver has also some of the most culturally and ethnically diverse populations in the U.S., so you can expect to meet people from many different backgrounds when you visit. What to do in Denver? Go to downtown Denver to experience its hip and historic district. This is where you'll find a huge independent bookstore, Western wear clothing stores, and dozens of brew pubs and dining options. Then, if you want to see the best in Denver's art scene, take a trip to the Denver Art Museum. Or visit the Denver Santa Fe Art District, featuring Denver's finest artists and a monthly art walk featuring rotating art pieces from local artists. Visit the Uptown, one of Denver's hippest hoods, where you'll find the City Park, the Denver Zoo, as well as the Museum of Nature and Science. Tourists may opt for a tourist pass, which lets you visit most of Denver's museums and tourist spots, all with a single pass at a very affordable price. For food options, look no further. The city has countless food rows in every corner, from homey local diners to chic 5-star restaurants. Denver's diverse culinary palette boasts of a fusion between American, Italian, Mexican, and even Asian cuisines. So if you're looking for a destination in the United States, make sure to stop by in Denver. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the Metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Palm Springs. Palm Springs is a desert resort city in the Riverside County, California, United States, within the Coachella Valley. Palm Springs being about 94 square miles or 240 square kilometers in size, it becomes the largest city in the country by land area. The city is famous for its mid-century modern architecture and the design elements that come from it. You can also indulge in it by trying out everyday activities such as biking, golf, hiking, horseback riding, swimming, and tennis, which are all major recreational activities in Palm Springs. The most popular is golf. There are numerous things Palm Springs is known for, and these are a few. First is that it is considered Hollywood's hideaway. Because during Hollywood's golden age, actors were contractually bound to stay within 100 miles of the studio for last-minute shoots. And because of this, stars like Marilyn Monroe, Frank Sinatra, and Dean Martin traded the hustle and bustle of Hollywood for palm trees and poolside cocktails in Palm Springs, exactly 100 miles from Hollywood. But today, celebrities, the A-list ones, continue to flock to the desert for the Palm Springs International Film Festival, the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival, and the Stagecoach Country Music Festival. This is where you can experience a taste of Hollywood and the desert by touring the Walk of the Stars in downtown Palm Springs. Meanwhile, the city is also a breathtaking place to appreciate modernism design. From floor-to-ceiling glass windows to clean lines and simple designs in its defined architecture, you'll see how the city's design heritage is evident in its structures. Last but not least is the natural beauty of Palm Springs. This is all thanks to the fault lines and deserts to waterfalls and natural oases that surround the city. You can go ahead and experience the desert for yourself via the hiking trails. There are numerous ways possible. But the most popular ones include the Indian Canyon Trails, the Bump and Grind Trail, and the Coachella Valley Preserve. That's the 17,000-acre site with trails that wind through the San Andreas Fault. Definitely a must-try for adventurous tourists. Siem Reap. the Cambodian center of culture. It's got glittering temples, street food that you should definitely try, and bustling markets to discover and explore. Travelers love flocking to Siem Reap, and there are many reasons why. Of course, there's the popular Angkor Wat temple complex, but there are many more to discover aside from that. Just brave enough to explore more of the area to discover what a gem Siem Reap in Cambodia is. The city boasts of a colonial and Chinese-style architecture in the Old French Quarter and around the Old Market. Here, there are the museums, traditional Apsara dance performances, a Cambodian cultural village, souvenir and handicraft shops, silk farms, rice paddies in the countryside, fishing villages, and a bird sanctuary near the Tonle Sap Lake. It's definitely become one of the popular tourist destinations today, with its large number of hotels, resorts, restaurants, and businesses specially made for tourism. But really, most frequent the city for its Angkor temples, which are undoubtedly the most popular tourist attraction in Cambodia. Temple hopping is certainly a must-do here. It's recommended that you begin with Angkor Wat in the sunrise, land a spot in either just outside of the temple or inside, right by the famous lake, so that you can snap that iconic reflection photo. And then, of course, you should stop by the floating village. Those that want to marvel at the fisherman's way of life will want to visit Tonle Sap Lake. This, in fact, is Southeast Asia's largest freshwater lake and the place to be to witness how the fishermen live. Wooden houses are built on long, sturdy stilts to avoid possible floods, thus making it an area perfect for fishing. Last but not least is the night market. It's a place you must visit because Siem Reap's nightlife, in fact, doesn't happen at the bars, but in this market. The Angkor Wat night market will dazzle you with Khmer artwork, local handicrafts, and sumptuous street food. And it's just a 2-minute walk from the famous pub street, so you can definitely make the most out of your time in the evening. Prague. The largest and capital city of the Czech Republic, Prague. It is also the 15th largest city in the European Union and is also the historical capital of Bohemia. It is located in the northwest of the country on the Vltava River and is considered home to up to 1.26 million residents. The city has quite a temperate climate with warm summers and chilly winters. Some of the popular attractions in Prague include the Prague Castle, the Charles Bridge, Old Town Square with the Prague Astronomical Clock, the Jewish Quarter, Petrin Hall, and Vyšehrad. Also, since 1992, the extensive historic center of Prague has been included in the UNESCO list of World Heritage Sites. Meanwhile, Prague is also frequented for its Czech beer. Pivo, which means beer, and pivnic, the place to drink beer, are just some of the words you need to learn to find it. Prague, after all, is one of the places in the world where beer is cheaper, even more affordable than fruit juice. Prague is a city with a very medieval feel. It is crammed with narrow alleys and cobblestone streets, which have become great sights to see too. The best way to get around Prague is on foot, so it's best to wear the proper shoes for walking. The sidewalks in Prague are paved with exquisite mosaics of white, gray, and red granite cubes, and its full bumps, jotting corners, and deep roads. so tourists have to be careful while walking and sightseeing at the same time. Prague is also termed the City of 100 Spires. Stand on the Letna Hill and you'll see a forest of towers stretched before you. Water towers, church spires, donjons, and steeples reach towards the sky. Rows upon rows of drab, prefabricated high-rise apartment blocks stand tall on the periphery, reminders of the social realism style. Indeed, Prague prides itself with several thousands of towers and spires. Last but not least are its historical hotspots. The Charles Bridge bristles with statues and is a popular hangout for visitors. This is where they want to listen to the buskers and buy souvenirs from the hawker's stand. They've also got an old town square that's filled with cafes in summer, and the Christmas market in winter is a traditional heart of the city. Las Vegas. Officially named the City of Las Vegas, but more often called Vegas. It's the most populous city in the state of Nevada, the county seat of Clark County, and the city proper of the Las Vegas Valley. You've probably heard of it because of its popular gambling, shopping, dining, and nightlife hotspots. But more than that, it is known as the leading financial, commercial, and cultural center for southern Nevada. It was in 1931 that Nevada legalized gambling, and Las Vegas took the lead to make the place to be for that. Soon after, Vegas went on to make a name for itself as one of the thrilling places to be when you're looking for a place to bet. It's not just about the casinos. You'll find slot machines, poker machines, and many convenience stores right at the airport. Then, of course, there's the Strip, the city's iconic thoroughfare, where you can gamble as you please. There are more game machines, sports, books, table games, and more to choose from. There's the blackjack and the craps, and the roulette and keno. Beginners and frequent visitors alike always have a fun time in Vegas, guaranteed. Another of Vegas's top attractions, quite literally, are the showgirls. They walk on stage with huge feathered headdresses, wear high heels and sequined bikinis. Definitely not a sight to miss. In fact, the showgirls have become emblematic of the city. They can be spotted for a performance in the Jubilee, one of the Strip's ongoing production shows. Speaking of the Strip, it was once known as the Las Vegas Boulevard. It's about a 5-mile stretch where you'll find some of the world's largest hotels. And finally, one of the top things Vegas is known for, the celebrities. Celebs in Vegas come to town for many reasons: to attend events, host parties at nightclubs, or even grace the stages in the shows themselves. Vegas is a place to be to bump into celebs, from the A-list types to the reality show stars. They love to frequent the place to get caught by the paparazzi. And then, of course, the visitors come to the place to get a glimpse of them. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Israel, as in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W.